It's not merry. It's calm.
Lake Mary.
Mm.
You know the story of Martha and Mary, right? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, America. Mm.
The world.
Good morning, Orlando. Good morning, Lake Mary. This is Lake Mary.
Ooh. Yes.
Ah. How are you this morning,
I'm generally a happy fellow.
Captain Ahab?
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that is the question. Can we go without want?
What is the question?
Can we go without want?
Oh, can we go without want? Hmm.
Can one?
If we satisfy our want, then what happens?
Well, I think that mankind has generally moved in one of two directions. Either we have generated new and more wants. Perhaps the wants in and of themselves can be classified and categorized, and there can be a whole taxonomy of wants that can be determined. Certainly Maslow came up with his, and I'm sure others have done something in that vein. But I'm not so interested in that. I really want to know, and listen to me, want. Is it possible? Good morning. Good morning, Peter.
¿Trayendo cosas? Sí.
Good morning, Don. I didn't know that you would be able to join us this morning. Thank you for blessing us with your presence.
Aw, I'm happy to see you all. I hope you had a great week.
Yes, I have.
Good. How about you, Iro?
Lake Mary is not
Oh,
merry, it's calm. Are you calm?
I think I woke up and thought clearly
Mm.
and calmly.
Mm.
So, yeah. And I see we have a Peter.
Peter.
I've never met Peter before, so hopefully he'll
Thank you,
come back
Peter,
soon.
for joining us, where we explore the unexplored. Where we boldly go, where I, out of habit, do not dare go. Hmm. Voy a trabajar aquí en una computadora.
Mañana que vas, no quiero que vuelvas a tranquilo, ¿ok?
Just to give you a heads up, Peter, it looks like you have listed yourself as being away, so maybe you're not even going to hear this message, which is fine. The only thing I want to communicate is that we will often have long pauses, and that's not an indication that we won't still talk, but we've all grown comfortable enough with each other in order so that the long pause enables not only thought, but movement of perhaps something else too.
The long pause is an indicator of an unsettling in the minds of listeners. Maybe they're listening within. Maybe they're talking to themselves.
Yeah, I'm waiting for our topic to develop.
So I started one. I don't know if we want to pursue it though.
Welcome, Wayne. You're just in time. In time for what? In time to be here. Because you should take your time in whatever you do. And when it's time, you'll be there.
Last night in the Orlando Stoics, I learned of a certain phrase that was spoken by, I think, the Roman Emperor Julius Augustus Octavius, and that phrase was, "Make haste slowly."
That's interesting. It's an was it oxymoron?
The way I interpret it is, for instance, I write software. It's one of the things I did this week. And I'm a man of many drafts. I very rarely get things right the first time. So I commit often. And there's a phrase that comes from the entrepreneurial world that says, make mistakes, make them often, and make them early. In the end, my products are very simple, but I have to work almost furiously. It annoys the heck out of my wife because she compares my keyboard typing to elephant stampedes. And I work furiously to get to the simple thing.
Wow. How to get to the simple thing? Do you have to remove a lot of what you furiously put down?
Yes, the real hero programmer is they or he or she, could be, or they. Since artificial intelligence is starting to take on part of the role of programming now. Who writes negative code? And what that refers to is the fact that one fellow, whose name I can pull up later and share in the chat, perhaps, or perhaps as a comment, I think, to Central Florida Philosophy and or American Yana, wherever in the comments section to this morning's event. He found that his most productive day is when he deleted 1,000 lines of code. In other words, he found that he could replace a whole lot of stuff with a whole lot of little, much lesser stuff, but still, which accomplished the same task.
Could that be done by simplifying into little modules and calling them frequently enough times to do what you tried to write furiously?
Well, there's a risk with that because then you're relying upon others' modules, which may or may not exist, which may or may not, how do I put this? Still accomplish the task if those who own those modules decide to change them or themselves remove or alter some of the functionality. That's the risk when you rely upon dependencies, is that they can change underneath your own work, thus breaking what you have already written, thus relying upon you sometimes in an emergency going in and either finding an alternative or creating one yourself on the fly, which can be harrowing.
Dependencies. Dependencies. Dependent. Depend upon. So that if you remove what is dependent upon, then the stack of cards fall.
Yeah, and some people, like for instance, let's say there's a piece of software, it becomes a very popular piece of software because it's released to the developer world, initially at least for free, and then the person who released it, let's say an interest comes and buys their stuff and then changes the license of it. Now, an ethical purchasing company will leave the existing work in place, because if they do not, then anything built upon said piece of original work will break across the board in multiple ways, affecting who knows how many different projects, and how many of those projects could be mission critical, even to people's lives. I don't know. I'm sure the people who write software for whom lives depend, and we've come to that point already and have been there for years. They probably think about this stuff in advance, so as to kind of eliminate or to minimize that level of degree of risk. No, I'm not giving you a ham. No, so stop barking. I'm putting you outside if you keep barking. Good morning, Wayne.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Wayne.
It's evening, 12 hours earlier here in China.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, I have nothing to do, so I usually get on Meetup for knowledge and fun. Thank you.
Is it 12 hours earlier? Or
Yes,
12 hours later?
earlier. We are in the East.
But then aren't you in the future 12 hours?
It's the time zone. A slightly future.
Who will get to midnight first?
Maybe us.
Oh, so you're in the future. Wow.
So is it
No,
Friday?
no.
Is it Friday for you, Wayne? It's Friday?
there's
No,
Saturday night.
It's a Saturday.
It's Saturday night. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, 12 hours ahead of us. Got you. Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Just
Isn't that-
after supper, my supper.
Oh,
you see the future. Tell us about the future. What
tell
do
us
we have
about
in
what you
store?
had for supper.
I have tofu with meat. So also made by tofu and meat.
Oh, did you cook it?
Yeah, yes. Because my relative not do less well than me, so I cook for them.
Oh, yes. Nice. Very nice. Does that mean,
Julian,
Jairo, you want to have tofu and meat later too? For you, Jairo?
are you near Hong Kong or Shanghai?
Yes. Shenzhen is at the border of Hong Kong, very close. Now we can go there very easily after pandemic. No checkout, no certifications. Just go there as the usual.
Nice. Nice.
Thank you.
Wow. Are you familiar with Buddhism?
Yes, I learn a lot more Buddhism than Catholics, maybe.
Catholicism?
Catholic, yes. Or Christian.
Christianity?
Yes.
Christianity about Jesus Christ. He died
Yes.
for our sins. But if he died for our sins, why do we have to believe in that he died for our sins in order to be saved? Why can it be that he died for our sins and he doesn't care whether we believe him or not? Isn't that more fair?
I don't think it's a matter of fairness.
Oh,
I don't think it was ever a matter of fairness.
oh. It's just the rules of the game.
I don't know that it's a game, unless you want to consider life as a game. I take life a little bit more seriously than that.
Is a game, everything is a game. There's two types of games. There's finite games and there's infinite games.
Yes, but there's also a fooling game. You can fool someone into thinking the finite is infinite.
Oh. Ooh. Let me think about that one. Wayne Hua says, my accent and improficiency, oh, it disappeared on me. I'll pull it up. My accent and improficiency of English due to language environment, so usually put in at various events. Okay. Thank you, Wayne Hua. No. Do you speak Mandarin or Cantonese or both?
I understand Cantonese, but I speak Mandarin and Shanghainese. I was born in Shanghai and lived there for 30 plus years.
Wow.
Uh,
And you're talking about Shanghai, not Pudong.
Years.
Shanghai.
yes.
What an amazing history. You probably take it for granted, but to me, were you in there? You were there in the 1980s?
Yes. After 2000 years, I left for Shenzhen. Now I'm living in Shenzhen. Before that, I always live in Shanghai.
So
Oh, I lost connection for a second.
it happens. So how long now have you been in Shenzhen? And pardon me for my horrible English accent of speaking.
More than 20 years.
Wow.
Intimately, continuously.
So
Sometimes I live in Shanghai, sometimes I live in Shenzhen.
okay, so you're in your 50s?
Yes, yes.
What a wonderful time.
Maybe similar to your age.
Well, you're similar to, I would say, the average of our age, but I'm not sure what Peter's age is. I'm probably the baby of the group, unless Peter can beat me there.
You pronounce my surname very correct. Oh.
Some
Really?
others maybe pronounce who. You pronounce me Hua. It's very correct. Yes. In
Wow.
Chinese, it's Hua. Yes. Is your name sound Gerald? Gerald? Right?
Yes, or
Gerald.
Hyro.
Hyro.
Yes.
Comes from the weird Spanish pronunciation. Well, weird to an English sounding speaker, because
Yes.
the Spanish pronounce J as H.
Jesus.
Oh.
Jose.
Spanish is very famous for his extrovert personalities, for they are very welcoming personality.
Oh.
They're good at exploring.
And your ox battles, ox battle.
Ox battle. Axe? Ox?
Let
Auxiliary?
me check.
Okay. This is fascinating.
Ox petals. No. What do you mean by ox?
Bullfight. Bullfight. I checked
okay.
the dictionary.
Bullfight. Okay. Yes. Fights in Spain
Yes.
and Mexico and Colombia.
We live on the peninsula in the southeast United States. Except maybe Peter, I'm not sure where he lives. He might be on the other side of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not certain. But we have bulls here in Florida, and not everyone knows this. They know that they have bulls and cows in Texas, but we also have cowboys, bulls and cows in Florida too.
Cowboys and cowgirls and bull boys and bull girls.
A lot of horse people across the board.
And horse boys and horse girls, mule boys and mule girls, donkey boys and donkey girls.
I only have to walk less than a mile, and I can stare at some horses across a fence. And they probably came by way of Spanish galleons, some of the most ancient ones.
The horses
probably, don't you think?
The Spaniards, and they got the horses from North Africa.
Did they? That's interesting.
Maybe. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, how did the horse enter the Iberian Peninsula? Was it via boat, or did they just cross across Europe?
And there were horses in Central Asia, I suppose,
Of course.
the Mongolians rode horses and conquered so much territory in Asia. Hmm.
Yeah, horses are a fascinating species.
Are horses easy to train?
Well,
To
well, it depends. It depends because you don't want a horse that isn't intelligent enough to understand you, but you don't want a horse that's so smart that he won't follow your directions. You want an average horse, and when it comes to horse intelligence, because
oh,
yeah,
does that rule apply to who you hire?
possibly, potentially. I try not to be too smart for my own good, if you know what I mean.
If you want to get hired, or
What
if
I'm
you
saying
want to
is, I might think I'm
obtain
smart, but I'm really too stupid to take direction.
contract. Is so is Trump smarter than we think?
I think Trump is smarter than most liberals give him credit for being. The question is, who does he work for? That's always like every American needs to ask this question. Are you working for the American people, or are you working for a set of special interests who put you into office? And that's not just true for anyone who would serve in the executive, but your legislature, legislators especially, because all the executive can do is enforce the rules. It's the legislative who writes them.
Mm.
We've gotten into American political philosophy already.
Mm.
It's an easy trap for us Americans, since we have a mini
Political
revolution every 4 years
philosophy.
and a mini revolution every 2.
Mm. Revolution. Is
So,
it a real revolution or an apparent revolution?
yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, because we do get caught in the virtual here.
Mm.
There are people who would say that America, since the Constitution, has not been the America that America ought to be. That since the Constitution, what we've had is 2 things: endless wars, which have enabled us to dominate the globe as a sole remaining superpower. But even from that, the people have retracted. At the end of World War II, we had 800 destroyers, and now we're down to 80 because we're getting
Wow.
tired of policing global trade. I mean, it's been great for the world from a wealth generating perspective, because Europe points at America and makes fun at us for not having socialized medicine and all these wonderful benefits. But I don't think the Europeans necessarily understand that we've put all of our money towards securing the waterways and the various other trade routes, and that has enabled the entire planet, well, the humans there upon the planet, essentially to get richer. But we're getting tired of it. And now we're retracting from that role and allowing a more multipolar sort of planet to be.
Wow. Mm. So when Rami thought about Shanghai, he was thinking something about it that was fascinating.
Yeah, from the 70s up into the 2000s. I mean, what a tremendous amount of growth, especially across the river. Oh my goodness, you got to watch the whole thing get built. I mean, up until, oh, that must have been something every day, you know, looking out and every few weeks. Oh, look, that wasn't there before.
Where did all that money and vision come from?
Good question. It was a reformer, wasn't it? From the late 70s, early 80s, I think. He said, I forget his name, but he said essentially, let's get rich. That's a gross simplification of the political philosophy, but in essence, it's when China started to take on some of the features of maximizing capital interests. They loosened centralized controls, not so much centralization, but encouraging in ways and means entrepreneurship, and that made a tremendous difference from the 1980s forward, or at least 80. Yeah.
And where did the inspiration come from?
That's another good question. I don't know. I mean, it could be in the heart of every man. I mean, why did Benjamin Franklin form clubs for people who wanted to figure out how to get wealthy? I think it's just an inherent sort of universal desire. Although this gets back to my earlier question before Hua. I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. I might be speaking too quickly. Before he joined us, Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, 3. I mean, says, you know what's so funny? One of my microwaves, when I went to my local Walmart Supercenter, it had a label, a sticker on it, and it didn't say this company or that company. It just said Shenzhen, or I'm probably pronouncing the city wrong. I'm sorry. Shenzhen?
Right, Shenzhen.
Shenzhen.
Jin.
Yeah, it just said on the sticker, it just said Shenzhen. So are you in manufacturing or software or management, or what sort of?
I ever be in finance department. Finance.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, that's the key to it all. Adam Smith and David Ricardo and the French physiocrats. These all understood inherently there are 3 means to material production. Those are land, in the classical economic term, which we would usually refer to as natural resources, labor, which we all sort of inherently understand because we do some of it a little bit every day at least, and capital. And capital is the most interesting of the 3 categories from both as a conceptual, immaterial concept, but also as a material sort of idea. And you got to be careful when you discuss capital to understand whose definition you are operating under. From the Western perspective, there's the capital of Ricardo, well, of Adam Smith and the physiocrats. And these would focus on ideas like within England, there were durable capital goods. When they would construct a factory, which is a durable capital good, they would construct the items in the factory to last at least a century and a half.
Wow.
Yes. There were
And-
things built in the 1800s that were lasting up until like the 1990s and still operating, or something like that.
Now they make things to last a month and a half instead
Well,
of
yeah, that was a development of the 1950s, because there was a movement of, and really it goes back to an earlier form out of the Americas from the 19th century, because the United States took a different model, whereas England created durable capital goods that were truly durable. The United States started to do the same, but because they were realizing that the technological developments were so fast and furious in nature in terms of how things can and do evolve, we started lessening the durability in order to focus on the innovation. Thus, the United States pulled ahead in the manufacturing world and overtook Europe, much of Europe, not entirely.
by making sure that things fall apart sooner so that people are forced to buy it again, but
Right.
also to provide a newer version, a new edition of it that will be more something,
Useful, more fit to task, perhaps.
more functional.
But that comes at a costing.
And then there's a warranty.
Because
that you
you're eating away at your natural resources when you do that, and natural resources are in and of. If everyone, United States, Americans are only 5% of the global population, roughly, and if everyone on the planet lived as though they were Americans, we'd need like 3.5 planets. It's ridiculous. Right. So there's. I think we're already well into the age where we understand that revolution from the late 40s, early 1950s, which the economists were all a rage about, which is to say, designed obsolescence. To the people who were designing the system, that was a feature because it enabled job creation. And through jobs, you would have a class of people who would have wealth to then also purchase these said disposable objects.
So you
That was
need
sort of pioneered in the 20s too.
a middle class. You
Yeah,
need
well,
to
I mean, we
the
had a
wage.
middle class in the United States even at the time of the 18th century. Ben Franklin described America as the Great Middle. We weren't necessarily too rich and we weren't necessarily too poor. And through that means we enabled a fairly flat society. In other words,
How
there was the concept of the Commonwealth. Even many of our states, the Commonwealth of Virginia,
how
the
did
Commonwealth
that
of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
What was put into place in order to produce such a society where it seemed pretty flat and middle?
Two
Right.
things. Land, just the availability of land. Okay, so in Europe, you have hierarchies because people tend to stack on top of each other. But if you have a conflict in the United States, the solution was not to hierarchy, but rather to venture westward.
Oh, hierarchy as in build a 3-story house or 4-story or apartment complex instead of
Hierarchy as in know your
one-
place because I will
one-
kill you if you don't do what I say.
or
And that's just one example of a hierarchy. Most of them aren't that extreme.
maybe have rules in residential areas that you can't have 3-story houses. You can only have up to 2-story, maybe.
The point
And-
being, there's a penthouse on the top, and that's reserved in a capitalist society to those with the money, and in a communist society with those with the political power. In essence, depending upon the nature of the economics of the system and the polity which supports said economics will determine who lives in the penthouse, if that makes any sense.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Where does or did or has former presidents lived?
Depends. Harry S. Truman never owned a house. He was never alone with his wife in a house until they moved into the White House. Because we have all a grand history of failed businessmen turned politicians, at least going back to Abraham Lincoln, because Lincoln had all sorts of businesses, all of which weren't that great. But at least he learned a lot in terms of what works, what doesn't work. That is in itself a good thing, or at least can be, if leveraged properly. The
So
question
many,
is, do we learn from our mistakes?
so many presidents in the past were failed businessmen and not career politicians,
Well, I mean,
or a little bit of both.
a lot of what we do in the United States, because we love a personality, right? Don King. Think of Mike Tyson's, the famous boxer's promoter, Don King. Okay, he was a personality. Now, Trump was a personality who valued his brand, Trump, at $10 billion. Now, whether it was worth that much is debatable. But because we love a personality and he was willing to say all the right things, he got the support and made it into office. And I'm not saying he didn't just get the support from Republican voters, but he got the support from a broad base that was not only Republican voters, because probably there were some Republicans who didn't care for him, but also he got the support from the people who could fund his campaign. Always critical in American politics.
Oh,
So, I mean, consider I hope we don't have another repeat. I don't know that we will in the 24 election. But who were the two possibilities in the 2020 election? You had the questionable businessman. Okay. Yes, some things good, some things bad, just like all of us, a mixed bag. And the career politician. And what's the old adage about politicians? They're like diapers. After a while, they tend to stink. And that's okay, because not all, like, I'm not a guy who advocates for term limits, although there's a very good reason why we have that amendment to our United States Constitution. At least that being that Truman became president and then had to, within a month, decide whether or not to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Japan. So there's the, we don't want a guy dying in office argument. But also, when you are in office for a long time, and I think that Washington was interesting in that he stepped down. He got out of politics as quickly as he could so he could go and just enjoy life on his plantation with his wife for his final years. But when you're in office for a long time, in the positive, you can do things. Take, for instance, the city of Apopka had the same mayor for like 50 or 60 years. I mean, some people would criticize him and think that, he was like a king. And yet, in that 50 or 60 year period, he was a sort of humble king. Now, of course, he had his critics, but he was able to accomplish things that many other office holders who were there for a shorter period of time were not able to accomplish. which is kind of interesting, at least within the context of American politics, because it's rare to have someone who'll spend most of their life as a mayor or in an executive political seat. And Apopka's a pretty nice town. So I think he was able to do some good throughout that time. But then you're relying upon the virtue and the nature of the executive in office. Does he listen to the people? Is he responsive? It's always a very sort of delicate place to be in when I say political power, because there are so many very vested interests. There's the interests of the people. There's the interests of the specific people who support you. And in order to keep office, sometimes you have to not just compromise between the varied interests, but you also have to almost battle daily or be very certain, be on a very firm foundation so as not to compromise oneself. Because once the self is compromised when you're in a place of political power, then watch out, country.
Welcome, Aran, in Hyderabad, India.
It's nice to see you again, or at least your name.
Hmm. What do we need to know about Indian politics? I've heard that there's a guy named Modi. And did not President Trump visit India to a large crowd? A rally? India, does not India have nuclear armaments as well as Pakistan?
Dominic has his virtual hand up. If I may give you a brief introduction, this is Dominic Tersigi is joining us from Toronto, Canada.
Good morning, Rami. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Dominic.
Maybe before I share what I've heard, what is the topic on, Rami or Cheryl?
Good question.
Oh, okay. Well,
Once.
go ahead. Go ahead, Rami.
Can we live without once?
Can we live without wants?
Oh, interesting.
Wants equals desires. Is that
Wants
correct?
equals desires.
Yeah, I mean, is it a matter of satiating a certain amount of our desires so that we're satisfied, or because it seems that we can split into two directions. Either we can go down the endless desire fulfillment path, or we can take another approach, which is maybe something, I hate to deploy the phrase, but more responsibility based. But I don't even know that that's the right way to look at it, because it's not going to gather much support. I think I keep thinking about the 23rd Psalm, but I also think of Catholicism was mentioned for a moment, Dominic, pardon.
Perhaps desires are vague and are always there, but once are desires that have been focused and written down like on a whiteboard. I want a house in the mountains. That's all I want.
In some cultures, and how I use it, same way, wants can equate to lacks. So can we abuse our wants or our lacks? Yes, we can. In this particular realm, we have all our needs already here. So what do we lack to achieve them? You know, because we're earth-dwelling creatures. So everything like animals, food, building things is from the earth. So for many of us, we can abuse them or ignore them. In this case, when we go to grocery stores and other people are fulfilling our lacks, we're ignoring our own. So hence why a lot of us haven't chosen to be sovereign beings anymore. So, but we can abuse it, and some of them come in forms of desires, comforts, you know. So, but I think sometimes a lot of people forget the need part and the want part together. They think that they don't have to have wants. You do. You have things that can fulfill needs and other things that can fulfill other things, such as I don't need a car per se, but I can still put that as a want. But I do need food. Now, what are my wants, my lacks? Do I have to go out and earn it by working for money, or do I go out and earn it by tending to ground or tending to my animals?
What was it you wanted versus what is it you desire? Your heart's desire.
Again, Jaro, wants for me is lacks, and desires is encompasses within there. It's when people separate and they think they're opposing sides. No, one's within the other one. A desire is within wants or lacks.
Desires are more internally and naturally and biologically designed into us, but wants are more constructed, and we get greedy about it. We start making plans to obtain our wants. What do you think?
You breathe and your needs are being fulfilled. If all of a sudden you do some sort of activity that, you know, and you forget that you have to breathe either slower or faster, you'll find out in a short period of time, either you've abused it or done the opposite of it. And yes, I think it is built into us, Jaro. But what happens is we put in our likes and dislikes into a lot of these activities. And people usually don't want to perceive both of them. So they'll just say, I just have my likes, and then you form an attachment.
What happens when we develop an addiction?
An addiction is just when
desire become a want that cannot be satisfied.
Who's saying it then?
Quenched.
Again, once you give up a lot of your dependency for one particular one, then you could form a thing called an addiction. But most things if not a lot of things, if not all things, we're dependent on. Again, it's where you pay your attention to it, and then you're going to think that my desire, I need more desire. Well, what is a desire? Are we talking about sexual energy? Are we talking about it manifesting itself physically, obtaining a lot of things in life, and then you manifest it by having all kinds of stuff like buildings or land masses, you know? And who gives that perception? The person that's observing it from outside, or one from one inside? Because other people can observe other persons, say, well, that person's desiring way too much, or they're just desiring.
What hormones get released when a desire is arises, are the hormones the cause of the desire, or is the desire the cause of the hormones? And it becomes a positive feedback, which just keeps increasing and nothing can stop it. What do you think, Rami?
You would ask the guy who's had 6 children.
Oh. Wow.
Well, I would say this comes from a life of experience, but it's been echoed throughout time. You temper your desires. You learn to have mild desires, or perhaps the system within yourself. Because I come from, my mother's came from a set of 7 children. That was her family, 7 siblings. My mother was in the middle. She was the 4th of 7.
Oh.
My father only came from 3,
Oh.
and he was the eldest of the 3. However, his father was the youngest of 13,
Mm.
and his father died before, but when my father's father was still very young.
Uh-huh.
In that case, then,
So,
Rami, some people
yes.
desire to have kids, and then some of the major lines for some of them, if they become aware of it, they're desiring to have family, closeness,
Right.
you know, because the other part is just a biology, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Right. And having kids isn't necessary for having family.
True, because some people back in the old days, or even today, they would have it for farming purposes, having many offsprings. If you're going to have princes, if you're ruling kingdoms, yes. And their
So-
desire would be to maintain the rulership or keep a system going.
Right.
So-
There's the idea of the family, and then there's also the idea of the tribe, too.
so Rami,
Hmm?
when you express that in one generation there were a few, like 2 or 3, but in the previous generation, in other words, the father of that father had a bunch, a huge amount, and abnormally large amounts. He was the youngest of 13 or something like that.
No, he only had 3 children: a son, another
And
son, and a daughter.
but his father had 13
He
siblings.
was like the 13th, and when his dad died, the eldest brother took over the family, being in charge. And my grandfather, my dad's dad, had a falling out with the eldest brother. So what do you do when you live in that part of the world? You have a falling out with whoever's in charge. He ran off and hung out with. He ran off to Egypt, and then stayed with a friend. And his friend's father was in the Royal Army, and there was a war going on, the Second World War. And even when he was still a teenager, he did what a lot of kids at that time did. He lied and claimed that he was older than he was. And next thing you know, he found himself a sergeant in World War II, taking the orders of British officers and barking them out to Egyptian infantrymen. And then when he wasn't doing that, he played the role of supply sergeant, I think. And because wars are won through material supply, they operate on their stomachs, and of course you got to get gas and all that stuff. It's logistics, basically. And then
Right.
after World War II, he took that experience of logistics and turned it into being a profitable. He retired as a secretary to a rather successful civil engineering firm operating throughout Eastern Arabia. And when he retired and moved to the United States, where he had sent his sons, he had sent his sons to the United States to be educated. He had sent his daughter to England to be educated.
But what generation or who was it that had 13 siblings and
his
then
father's generation.
then
And remember, his father would have been born in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was the longest lasting empire, nearly 1,000 years, in fact. Actually, let me think. I gotta do the math. Yeah. Not quite 1,000 years, but it lasted for practically a millennium.
his
From
father,
the 900s until World War One, when it was
In-
broken up.
in other words, there was one who had 13 uncles, but he decided to have only a few. So did having such a large family of siblings influence him to have few?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, are children merely the result of human desire, or is there something else involved? Because there are people who can
Economics
have sex like
involved?
rabbits and never have children, and then there are people who only have sex once, and then every time they do, they have a child. So it's a number of factors, and I don't know everything that goes into it.
One of the major factors, Rami, and you'll hear this, not to say it's beautiful, not to be able to have many kids. It's usually a male desire, because most women in past, because you rarely hear women would talk about, well, my ancestors, my grandmother had 13, 14 kids. What ends up happening is most males are because their system was set up that way, or it was distorted that way. Women didn't have a say.
Right. It can,
So
it can be that way.
what's that?
It can be that way. Not
No,
so much here in the
that's
United
how
States,
most of
but
it
yeah.
was. But that's how most of it is, because women weren't really acknowledged in many ages.
Right.
They just weren't acknowledged. And even the way we talk today, when men say, well, I've had many kids, I said, but you're not the one that's delivering it. They're not get a woman that says, would I want to have 13 kids? Especially when I know my husband can't provide anymore, going to work to what? Get groceries and all that. Back in the days, it was the community that was able to provide for most people for hunting and gathering and all that stuff. But like, again, Rami, back in those days, Rami, everybody here.
If you want to use back in those days, we could refer to the patriarchs.
It still exists, even when you go to Mormon communities and all that kind of stuff. So what ends up happening is it's a male conversation, but not realizing the people that were actually delivering the babies and the males. You talk to a hunter, for example, or the wife of it, and say, listen, why are most of your kids of a certain month? Why? Because my husband comes home, he's horny. We do it whether I want to or not, then a kid comes from it. That's why it's biology. Most kids aren't planned for most people. They're just not planned. It's by default.
The man who is from the country which recently became the most populous country on earth has had his virtual hand up for a while. Aran.
Ran,
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Jairo. It's a nice day. I was celebrating the Sabbath. It was a day of meditation and peace. I was so much engaged in the things of the world, artificial intelligence, and all the nuisance of the world that I forgot to take peace, rest. And now today was a very refreshing experience. Listening about God also. So I think it was a very good day, a peaceful, soulful day. Now then.
Wow.
On the other side, I heard about women, and I heard about, what was that, about women? Yeah, I think somebody said that we are, yes, at least we live much better than our ancestors. Well, I do think that there are some things more than just living better, because if a person lives a life purposeless, without meaning, and it's kind of worse than living a life even short. If you live a short life but meaningful life, I think that life is worth it more than a long and meaningless one, because it is about the quality of our life, I think. So that is something to ponder about when someone said that, yes, at least we live better than the ancestors. As far as women are concerned, I think Vinci did make a good statement, that while we say that perhaps there is this supposed liberation, there are also negative forces which appear to be at work, and which, today I see people a lot confused and purposeless, both men and women alike. So that is interesting to see that despite of our independence, are we really able to use it? So that's interesting.
Wow, how to live a purposeful life? Would it require that one subscribe to a religion that gives them a purpose in life, even if it's short? Maybe a religion that that inspires you to do jihad or something like that, even if you end up being carrying a bomb and blowing oneself up. It was a purposeful life, and you get rewarded with 72 virgins afterwards.
I think, Jaro, if people, I'm going to say most men, because women still haven't been able to participate. If men could actually understand their negative and positive energy, their feminine and masculine energy, and how one leads and one follows in different orders, then they can appreciate other women that actually lead more times now with their feminine side. A person that leads very masculine is one thing, but a person that just leads with their masculine side but ignores their feminine side are never truly going to understand, more times than not, somebody else that leads with their feminine side. And I'm going to generalize, women usually lead that way. This is why when people say things like, I don't like negative things, they said, that's your likes and dislikes and getting in the way again. The negative energies, that's all it is. It's the yin side. It's the feminine side. If a person doesn't understand that, I'll take them to a car. I'll say, listen, you see this car? It has a negative and positive lead to it, and it even has grounding. That's your physical vessel. Till they become aware of that kind of stuff, what they're doing is they're talking on behalf. They think I'm talking on behalf of a female. No, I'm talking on behalf of my feminine side. It's the other person's responsibility to allow themselves to lead or follow negative and positive. But unfortunately, because the system has been set up by a bunch of children, no offense to children, but spoiled children that become adults, the system's always going to be that way. Not in all situations, but it does. It's predominant. Then we become like a tribe, a gang, opposed to going inwards family-wise. I think that's me just sharing a couple of thoughts.
And Don, I would like to ask Don, D-A-W-N, a question. If let's suppose that you have somewhat of a purpose, but you feel like you haven't accomplished great things. So what if you were given an incredible purpose in life that would bring about glories of some sort? But in order to obtain those glories, your lifespan would need to be shortened to 10 years. Say you were expected to live 80 years, but in order to obtain this glories, you would only be given 70 years. Would you take that, the purpose in life, to obtain those glories?
Thank you for the question.
Hmm.
If I was aware of what might happen in the future, and such a thing was presented to me as this purpose that might take years off my life, I would have to make the decision in that moment, because there are many factors that will determine the answer. For example, I know that my way typically is service to others, service to humanity. So if the purpose was of that nature, I can see that I might choose to accept that purpose and shorten my lifespan, because the lifespan is not significant to me. I do not see where I don't subscribe to live forever concept. However, in another scenario, if it was you can be rich and famous and everyone will see you on TV and you'll be a celebrity. I may not choose that because I don't find anything worth desiring down that path.
Oh. Oh.
To expand a little bit on that, Don, yes, some of us don't think about living all the time, of course, because for one to do that, it always has to be about them. And so to be of service, then you can treat the world like you were going to live forever. For most people, when they don't mix that together, what they'll say is, I don't want to live forever, but yet they treat it like as though it's somebody else's responsibility to clean up after themselves, or let alone be of service to humanity by saying, maybe somebody forgot to clean up after themselves, so I'll help. This is how we're being service of humanity. It's not just about me or about, let's say, somebody else, you. It's about humanity. When you feel pulled to be of service, so be it. But for a lot of us, because we've been conditioned, not me per se all the time, but we're here to consume or sell things. Let me sell you another dogma. Let me sell you another product. But who's cleaning up after each other? We leave that responsibility on, sadly, not even with awareness, to other people. Like I heard earlier, if I can expand, we get this fairy tale view of what we think governments are, but yet we get the back view when we watch movies and say, well, what runs a monarchy? Not the headpiece. It's all the people around them, the nobles. What maintains them from other monarchies from taken from the military? So places like America and Canada, those things still exist. The prime minister and presidents, they're just headpieces. But what runs Canada? The nobles, the people that, that are wealthy and rich behind corporations. What maintains them, they don't get invaded? The amount of money they spend on military. That's the only reason why America is still afloat right now, because of their military. And also there's a lot of corporations, nobles, but a lot of them have already moved ship. So now what's going to destroy America? The lack of that stuff. So when people vote and they say, well, I see a different president all the time, I say, well, those other pieces have always been there. You can replace a king and a queen at any moment. The institution stays there. I'll give you an example. People go to colleges or university. The teachers always change. The student always change. Even the buildings will change. It's the institution of a school's name. So America lives based on its name. All cultures have done that, but unfortunately, people only, the average person only sees the fantasy part. It's like watching cards, poker games. The only reason why most people watch it is because they can see through a camera all the different people's hands. But if they didn't see all those different cards, their hands, it would be very boring for them, or they wouldn't understand what's the object of this. So most people aren't seeing all the other parts being played because their wants are their ability to pursue their wants because they're stuck in other areas. If you lack information, you can find it. But if you're already categorizing with my likes and dislikes, I think even Ari talks about it, they don't know how to get themselves in a state of silence. That's what peace means. You got to silence that ego. And then you can meditate, you can listen from within now. Because the ego, the program, doesn't know it's not always supposed to lead. It leads when we have to communicate with each other. But when it comes to things to comprehend how this comes to be, this existence, the ego doesn't know how to do that. That's too narrow-minded. Anyway.
Welcome, Joel in Canada as Vinci. Vinci bored. Is Vinci bored? Vinci who? Oh. Oh. What to do about wants? No. Isn't it So
Is there, oh, sorry.
that for marketing a product like a board game, we need to study the market, see the competition, and find the wants of the people and that will be satisfied with our product.
I'm just wondering if, oh, Joel's showing us. Sorry, Joel.
Oh, I couldn't read it. Kate? I saw Kate. Oh, Kate Spade. That's a name brand.
Looks like perfume or something.
It's a Vinci board that even blind people can use.
Oh,
Hmm? Oh. Oh, can you move it to your right? Now we can see the whole board.
And
And
so
it
the
looks
board and nothing but the board.
fine,
Joel.
fine. It looks finely crafted,
It is.
made in Shenzhen,
Made made at the North York Woodworkers in Toronto.
Oh, ooh,
And it's made out of hardwood. I don't know exactly what kind of hardwood. I think it's oak, but it might be maple or pine or something.
and do they handcraft it or use CNC machines?
This is handcrafted.
Wow, a lost art.
Yeah. Sorry, I disrupted the wah of the conversation. I will be silent now and eat my breakfast.
You will be silent. You will sacrifice for the group by maintaining your silence. You were able to suppress your wants for the wants of the others. Maybe? What do you think?
Don?
I'm wondering, what's the purpose of worrying about, being concerned about what to do with wants and desires? Because it is a part of who we are. There's nothing to do about it. The doing about it causes the problem, because we cannot just allow us and others to just be. We have to try to categorize it, and what does it mean and why and blah blah blah. But what we do, because we want to become higher and better than others, we create desires, artificial desires, commercials that will show people life can be like this for you. It's artificial. It's just a script that is performed to show something that is really not achievable the way that it looks. So I don't understand the purpose of worrying about wants and desires, because it causes the problems. And it's my opinion, even though I've been a business owner and I understand what it's like to do marketing and to, want people to buy your product, I also believe that it's gotten a little out of control. because you can see our world has been completely divided, and there are the haves and there are the have-nots. There's all these words and terms that's created now to describe a dysfunction that exists in our society, all surrounding desires and what to do about desires. It's
What
created conflicts.
if you cannot satiate your wants? What happens to a want that is not fulfilled? Does it remain? Does it get intensified and disrupt one's life? And what happens when you obtain what is wanted, but then after you're done with it, you're not satisfied? You want more of it. Like when you eat and you don't sense that you are no longer hungry, because they say it takes 30 minutes for the hunger signal to be shut down after eating. So you have to wait 30 minutes and then you say, oh, now I'm no longer hungry. Maybe I should have stopped eating 30 minutes ago.
I think everything happens exactly the way it's supposed to. Wanting it to be different is a choice that we make, but it turns into this thing to strive for and desire when we refuse to accept this is where we are. You know?
When does there happen an imbalance that causes a want to not be wanted? That we can't stop wanting this want, and it's bothering us and getting in the way of normalcy, of calmness. Maybe it becomes an addiction. Disrupts our lives. How to overcome a want gone wild? 10% of 365 days. That's 36 and a half days, maybe. No, 36 and a little bit. What happens when all our wants are satisfied? If all our wants are satisfied, would that be a disaster for the economy? For
Well,
consumers?
wants only exist in the mind. So what has to be satisfied is the mind. And what is satisfaction?
I guess it would be impossible to have all our wants satisfied to the point that they no longer come back, because after your desire for food has been satisfied, after a few hours, say 5 hours, you are hungry again. So it comes back eventually. And what is it in humans that would have them want to play games? Recently, I want to make a list of how to be happy. Your happy list also? So, in my happy list, I would want to learn Chinese. Would that be a good want to have? Or is it a goal? Maybe I don't want it enough to get me motivated to attain some knowledge and skill of Chinese. Oh. No. Or a want to be successful, a want to grow rich, think and grow rich. Aran, what is the secret of success, of growing rich? Raise a dog. Yeah, comment. Help. Help a homeless with $10. Paint a cloud. How does one paint a cloud? Oh. Hmm. Wow. That would be a difficult painting to do. To go outside, set up an easel and a canvas, and have your acrylics and the paintbrushes ready, and look at the sky and paint a cloud. You would have to paint very fast, I would think. Or is painting a cloud something you do mentally? You brush mentally the cloud with your mind? Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm.
Does
Now,
everybody here know each other?
I know that I don't know. I think Socrates said that. Hmm. I think Wayne Hua is pretty new. Wayne Hua, welcome to Wake
Thank you.
and Think Clearly, starring Vinci Who and Vinci Board. Vinci is the name of the game, and the inventor is the author of the game is Joel. What's his last name? I forget. Joel in Canada. And then there's Dawn and the little dog. She lives an hour away from where I live. And then Aaron, he's in Hyderabad, India.
Ah. Okay, I thought I recognized Aaron's name.
Hmm.
I know Aaron from the International Friends Connection. Are you the same Aaron?
Yeah.
Hello.
Wayne Hua.
Hello, Aaron.
Yes,
Hello
hello.
again, Aaron. Nice to see you.
Yes, Vinci, it's a pleasure.
Oh. Oh, and Wayne Hua is nervous because he says, my English and think yours are very professional talk. Now I am relieved. Joke. But I am not off it very. Occasionally I think our enlightening conversation very useful for me. Think. Yes.
Well, welcome, Wayne, and you don't have to worry about your English because most of us really don't speak that good English anyhow, except Don.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very welcome. What part of the world are you in?
China,
Where in China is a big place?
south near Hong Kong.
Okay, but not in Hong
And I'm 50 plus.
Is that your waist size or your age?
What?
Is that your waist size or your age?
No, you are kidding. My age, my age.
Oh, good. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. What's your origin? Can I ask?
I'm in Toronto, Canada.
I mean your origin.
I'm originally from Toronto. I came right out of the uterus here in Toronto.
Oh, you are Westerners.
Yes.
I'm Easterners. Thank you.
Very
I like events through that we can understand each other and get a more surprising, enlightening.
Yeah.
I think because
Yeah.
when we talk locally, we can't think holistically. I think.
Oh, think holistically. Wake up and think holistically. What is that like? That suggests.
Well, Gerald,
I
I have
mean,
experience.
I
Yeah.
mean, when you talk local people, you have very restricted restricted thoughts. if you take a global events, you can have more wider range of thoughts.
Oh, so if we think globally, we will be thinking holistically also? No. How does one know to think holistically? We have to listen to all the people from all over the world and then bring it together and then synthesize it. And then maybe we have a holistic view.
Well, Jaro, I can help you with that. And there are many
Oh.
levels to it. Yeah, there's many levels to holistic thinking. Now, this is a general principle that whenever you make a decision, the decision will be more accurate if you consider many factors. So let's say you are making a life decision, then you consider many factors, right? Many distinct factors. Say, what about the impact it will have on my mental health? What about its impact on my soul? And what about its impact on my family and members? So there are many different domains in a matter. Now, when you speak about holistically is simply to look at something with a broader view, right? And when you talk with people with a broader view, you're exposed to much more ideas, right? So I think Wayne Hua is indicating in that direction. And it is very important to think that way because that is how you get more accurate answers.
So, but what if I'm by myself and I'm thinking by myself? How do I expand my thinking to make it more holistic?
Do you think in terms of all of humanity, or do you think also so as to include all species on Earth, or do you think also about beyond the troposphere and everything underneath it?
Wow.
Those are big words. I don't know what a troposphere is, but can I ask one question? Wayne, Peter, and Aran, do you have strawberries where you are?
Yes, it's a very normal fruits here. Very normal. A bit high priced,
Okay.
but it's normal.
Okay. I was just eating some strawberries and it made me think of that. So I wondered whether people had strawberries in all parts of the world, or I wonder about simple things, not very complicated things. Because
just to fill in the detail, troposphere is that ocean of atmosphere that we all exist within. And when you travel past it, you are no longer getting enough oxygen to support your biological, your life living functions.
So,
thanks, Rami.
Are you suggesting that there may be beings above the troposphere?
Well, yeah, we know that they are. They are on the International Space Station. I think China has their space station.
No. But are there?
Yes, I know. The Chinese, you are terrified by the behavior, maybe actions of the Chinese government. But in our common residents here, we just want to live more rich, live more satisfied. We don't care about that things. And China's original characters are not offending others, because in our histories, we have not no such actions to offend other countries. So don't worry about that. Maybe it's exaggerated.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
just exaggerated. And you can see from the people living in Americans, they are not usually offended or so ambitious. They just want to live richer.
Right.
Only that
Yes.
thing. Only that thing. Have a big house. Have well-educated children's.
Right.
That's not enough. We have enough enough lands. We don't want to occupy others.
So we have a television channel here, which is also accessible via YouTube, called the History Channel. It's a Hearst. Well, a lot of the content is Hearst. I don't know who owns it these days. Hearst was a California newspaperman from the early 20th century, and so what I'm mentioning here is on the History Channel we have a program that shows, and they probably have it in Canada as well. I don't know if they have it in India, but it's known here that 50 years before Columbus, China had already discovered East Africa, Madagascar, East Africa, and also in the early 1500s, or no, early 1400s, China had possibly even discovered the Americas on the western coast before the Europeans did, especially South America, Central America.
So
Well, my investigation so far has revealed that mainstream history is quite degraded, and history is one of the places which is most mysterious, I would say. Especially because I have seen these architectures, these brilliant monolith figures of such intricacies, which put shame to modern architecture, and yet we don't understand how they were made. And they just say they are made by chisel and hammer, and doesn't make sense. Even the pyramids use such sophisticated mathematics, such as the golden ratio. So it's worth looking as to how we came here.
So how are you, Joel, in Canada?
I'm good, but I'm not clear on what the distinction is with Taiwan and mainland China. I don't want to be contentious, but I like to understand different perspectives.
Taiwan is usually belong to mainland China, but
You mean before the ocean separated them?
no. Taiwan is a province of China in the history, but after 1949, the former leader of the mainland China failed by the Communist Party. Then he went to Taiwan. He may be forced to go to Taiwan, but still we have the we are still have the still is the native Chinese, you know, still is not a different country. After all, the mainland China wish to recontrol the whole land, because currently are separated land, you know, separated land. But due to the ideologies are different, you know, ideologies are different. So we can't push or force them to come back. So we should negotiate, you know. So it's all about the high hierarchies, not our common peoples. Common peoples are not that pushy, you know. We only wish at every moment we wish to live peace at peace. We just don't want to battles or physical confrontations.
Right. That is the distinguishing difference, I would say, and it's why I brought up the Chinese exploration. The difference between the people of the Iberian Peninsula and the people of China, or at least historically in terms of their leadership, is that where China had made these discoveries and could have furthered down the path of colonization and exploration until they had circumnavigated the world, instead a decision was made to go insular and to contemplate the nature of, I would say, being itself. I mean, you have such a rich history. You have the Confucian tradition, you have the Lao Tzu, you know, Taoism. You have all these different ways of viewing and seeing the world that are an exploration into and unto themselves. Whereas the people of Spain coming from Europe and having such struggle and conflict, I mean, you had the Moors invading and occupying the Iberian Peninsula for centuries. You had Charlemagne come and basically, after a certain amount of corruption had set in the government under King Abdullah Rahman III, which was a high point to quite a degree in terms of human culture and development, and yet was also becoming corrupt at the on the fringes and then eventually to the core, thus weakening that hold in the southwest of Europe, which enabled Charlemagne from the Franco lands to be able to come in and take over and kick the Moors out of Spain and make it not so Muslim but more Catholic. The difference between the West and the East, in the West, it is that there is an East and there is a West, and somewhere in between there is a line. There's a line, but in the East, it's the East is the East and the West is the West, and neither is either. It's a whole nother kind of approach.
Has Peter electrocuted himself while he was making a coffee, or did he travel to China to get his coffee?
No,
He is unmuted.
Are you
Peter is
Peter?
listening to our conversation and absorbing our great wisdom and compassion that will lead all sentient beings, even those that are in the troposphere, or to enlightenment by playing the Vinci game. It could, if we play it with a motivation to attain enlightenment, perhaps.
Where is Peter located? Is
Hmm.
he in the east or in the west?
Oh, maybe he's in the north or the south. Why have we divided the planet into east and west?
Let's keep it practical. Let's be pragmatic. We only need to know Peter's time zone.
Oh, maybe that clock that he's got there shows us. The fork is pointing to 5. Oh no, that's an S.
Or to be more specific, we don't even need to know his time zone. It says life without limits. What does that mean?
Oh, That means that when we imagine that there are no limits, then our life will be abundant. There will be no scarcity. Hmm?
What about the case where scarcity is not the result of human decisions, but nature?
Oh,
Like the fires we're having in Canada.
oh. Heh, I've heard it. I saw it reached the Brooklyn Bridge.
The smoke, not the fires,
Smoke.
just the smoke.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. Well, it could be blown a distance, so it might not be there, but it came from somewhere.
Well, during the 1930s, we had a sort of man-made ecological disaster because what were ancient grasslands with soil that didn't go so deep, that was plowed under in order to plant wheat. And then the winds came and the topsoil got blown away, and then it became dust. And then there were dark clouds even over Washington, D.C., a whole
Wow.
1 and 2 time zones away.
That was the Dust Bowl.
Right. That's why you had the Okies moving out to California and all this wonderful settlement that was a tremendous boon for people from the mostly European, but also some Chinese and some African descendants. They had moved out there, mostly white because of the nature of the United States in the 19th century.
Hey, wait a minute. You guys were speaking about history, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, I think there's also an interesting verse which says history is written by victors. So perhaps that resonates well. But it's so interesting. I mean, basically how history is will shape how we are today. Nevertheless, I was going to talk on a more specific topic, which Wayne Hua mentioned, which was, I guess, he mentioned about Charlie Chaplin. This is a bit historic as well. He mentioned that, during those we all can relate that back in the days, times were simpler and people were also simpler and perhaps satisfied more. But now, as the world is increasingly complex, people are a bit confused and not quite
Yeah.
satisfied as well. So this perhaps raises questions about modernity. Because you see, yeah, I think it's worth discussing. I mean, this question has kept coming to my mind. The question of simple life versus that which we are leading now. And I wonder, what does the human want, really? Because let's say we do develop civilization to no end. Where are we even heading with this? So that's perhaps where you come with the enlightened or spiritual parts, which perhaps give you this idea of what truly a human should be. They say, like, seek within, look at this human machine rather than the outside machine. So I think we are kind of neglecting in modern times the human machine. And back in the days, life was simpler. Humans are meant to be perhaps simpler. And, it was also very authentic.
Allow me to be an axe for just a moment and perform a split. So the father of modernity, that title is credited to a man by the name of Baruch Spinoza, who, I don't know if he was living on the Iberian Peninsula or if he was living in
Amsterdam.
But I know most of his life he was in Amsterdam, but I know that his family came from the Iberian Peninsula, which, if I'm not mistaken, would mean that he was descendant from the Sephardi. Yeah. So there are these two phrases. You get just even further back in history. In Common Era year 70, Rome had sacked Jerusalem, took the royal family, and banished them to the Iberian Peninsula. And out of the royals came the Sephardi, and then the Ashkenazi. These are Jewish peoples, or at least contemporary names that lasted up until maybe the 20th century. I don't know if there's so much in use these days. Are a whole another sort of kind of mix of history, a bit more complicated there. But you'll find Ashkenazi throughout. You'll find Sephardi both in Iberia and the descendants of such, some, and also in Morocco in Northwest Africa. Now, the reason why I brought up Baruch, which I think, if I understand correctly, means thunder, Spinoza was actually whatever the Jewish equivalent of excommunicated is or was from that period of time. And Amsterdam, of course, was a very metropolitan, cosmopolitan place. But he was separated from the traditional Jewish community for some of the ideas and thoughts that he held. Why? I think that's a good question to explore. I don't know if we're going to explore it this morning. But let's speak for just a moment with regard to what came out of modernity and why we persist within it, or rather, why modernity persists at all.
What was the question?
Well, I'm just acting as an axe here in order to split, because Aran brought up the idea of exploring inward and the spiritual. And Baruch Spinoza had Albert Einstein would refer to Baruch Spinoza as God. He said, when considering the spiritual, Spinoza had a sort of pantheism going on, in that he thought that God could be found within the search of the material universe. So within every atom, there is God, in essence. And maybe that didn't jive very well with the traditional teaching of the Jewish community that he was living in at the time. So, but what does that do? Well, what that does is it places the emphasis on understanding the nature of the universe. And through the understanding of the nature of the universe, you get vast amounts of technological development.
Well, yeah, I do understand your point. And if you look at the machines such as AI, they do imitate human intelligence because we have the same abilities they try to imitate: perception, deduction, and learning, like machine learning, you must have heard. We also have the same abilities. So it's not like the material world outside is something completely away from what should be. The thing here is that my question was more about there's so much in this world, and we need to kind of narrow down to that which is most important. And my question was basically with that the humans, where are we heading was the question, kind of. Where are we going with all this? Because, there is I have an ability to kind of, introspect. I think we all have. And just by sitting, I could kind of sense things, something happens and you're able to sense something is right or not, this intuition or awareness is absent in machines, of course. But this ability to sense makes me question the current world that we live in. There's some deep dissatisfaction with the state of the world for some reason. And that perhaps has to do, and perhaps when I listen to these vibes within, I try to reason and understand, perhaps that has to do with, perhaps we are going in the wrong direction. I mean, we joke and make fun of in modernity about the traditions of the past or the elders. But, the nations with traditions tend to do a bit better. I mean, if you look at the state of marriage and family, those who espouse the new tradition of no tradition, we are becoming more and more, having many divorces, and divorces are skyrocketing to 50%. There's so much arrogance and discord among people nowadays. And so it's kind of worth inspecting, where are we going with all this? And society, how will it even be? Because, when you look at Japan, Japan is a good example of modernity, but Japan also kind of preserved traditional values. Japan kind of, I would say, still fell on the traditional side because they kind of ruined the marriage system, which is a natural system. And now they have this population crisis. And in Japan, because Japan is a very technological place, Japan is at forefront of what modern nations can offer you. And you look at where it is going, Japan is not a great place for human beings, because Japan is a place where you will have to work very hard. Developing the society, it's quite a hard place to work. There is much tales about how worksome people are there, but also technologically it's advanced, but the population is just going, on fundamentals, we see that these modern civilizations are kind of failing. And compare that to traditional lives, the people with traditions, espousing marriage, espousing, the structure of family, respect for elders. This is a tested method. And I don't know how independently all the societies kind of had the system. In China, they had similar. In Europe, they had similar. It's not like,
Oh, you muted yourself suddenly.
हाँ बुलाया नहीं क्योंकि मेरे को वो करनी है मीटिंग मेरी और नेट ऑन करो जरा और मम्मी को बुला रही हूँ ऊपर काम करो सॉरी पहले वाईफाई ऑन करो
कर दिया.
और ये वाला
So this thing called modernity. What is this thing called modernity, and why is there anxiety towards it? And we have vague recollection of pre-modernity, and we long for something in it that we lack in modernity. What is that? Traditions, values, religions, meaning in life? What is it?
I have two answers for you. God, I love Iran. He is so on point.
Did you say henpecked?
What's that?
Did you say henpecked?
I said I love Iran.
Yeah, because he's so henpecked?
I don't know
On
what
point.
I said, but I was trying to say
On point.
on point. is
Oh,
what
I
said.
thought you said henpecked.
Oh, henpecked. That it's when you're married, that's always a risk. Are you married, Hua?
Wow.
Hua? I'm sorry. Haro's at least attempted to learn your language, and if he's away and attending to his wife, that might answer the question.
He's handpicked.
It's possible that Peter's wife called him away as soon as he hopped in, and he's still attending to her. But there is a greater point. There are two answers that I would give to the question.
All right. I
All right.
love answers, even if they're wrong.
Even if they're wrong, at least you got something to reject, or reject parts of, because perhaps there's a kernel, a corn in there, or wheat. Right. So there's the immediate split between the modern and the pre-modern, and I was born well into the postmodern. So, and I'm a person born into the postmodern who has gone back into being more modern because you just get more work done through the modern frame.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but then there's that pre-modern, and what did we have? We had systems that essentially worked, but we can't mistake them for panaceas either. And you also have to understand the reasons why that they worked. For instance, after the plague, after the Black Plague, there were so few workers that labor was essentially for hire with competing employers. So this is where the surname came into play. You used to be the only John or Peter or Hiro in the village. However, there might have been fiefdoms in neighboring villages who were also in demand of what you could do. So then you would become, for instance, Leonardo of Da Vinci, the town Vinci in what is within the borders of today, modern day Italy.
Or Luis del Pino
Right, yes.
from the town of Pino, where there's a lot of pine trees, I guess.
Or wine, I don't know. No, that's vino. Pinot, I think you are correct.
I'm guessing.
So where am I going with that? So that kind of made life kind of nice because it raised wages and it wound up sharing wealth, and it also enabled more cross-cultural pollination because people would move to where the best opportunities were. Employers were literally competing for labor post Black Death, because there were only so many skilled workers and so much to do to keep civilization going, right? But then there's this other aspect that I want to touch on, which is my second answer, and that has to do with the presence. Aran brought up the idea of spirituality. I'm gonna run the risk of offending Joel, and he can correct me anywhere that I'm wrong. Please, I invite that correction upon myself. In the 40 years in the desert, after spending 400 years in Egypt, the people had something of the presence, and the pillar of smoke, or Almighty, or I am the great I am, however you want to express that concept or idea or being, or I'm just going to simply say presence. There was stated in that process that I shall keep my promise, however I'm going to remove my presence. Now that's a very curious sort of question. Why? If this is God's people, why remove the presence? I think an answer to that question is best answered by someone who would use the pronoun who. Because you have the wandering who might be, trying to define themselves by and at the same time without. Because again, you see a echo of that same idea of promise without necessarily presence, although there may be a lot of understanding there. And then if you have, so when I say why, I'm not asking any man here in the group. I would be asking that same presence. Why would you have to remove your presence from people? And if you read Paul's, well, actually it wasn't Paul, he had a secretary who wrote the letter Romans to address to the believers in there in the city of Rome, which was the capital of the world at the time, known world of that particular period of empire. He, in the 11th chapter of that letter, states, or what we call the 11th chapter, because chapters and verses came, it was an invention that came like a millennium and a half later. But anyway, or almost. The statement was, in essence, does that mean that God's people are lost or without? And Paul is very quick to say, no, of course not. But it had to be that way in order so that the purpose of that presence would be able to be not just for this one particular people within the species, speaking scientifically, but would be available for all people everywhere and in all times, which is quite a little bit of a mind-blowing concept. But in a way, you get into the idea of free will and also the idea of consciousness. So what are we fearing? Science, when you go down the line of modernity, science tends to be reductivist. And as a result or as a side effect of that, it also tends to be lossy. What do I mean by lossy? In the world of like the Joint Pictures Expert Group or the Motion Pictures Expert Group, we're talking about still images and motion pictures, but in very small file sizes. Your eyes won't necessarily be able to tell the difference, but the difference between a raw video file and a compressed video file is quite significant. And without that advancement, we wouldn't be able to do things like watch YouTube or carry on this conversation, because our video streams are compressed on the fly here. Now, our eyes might not be able to tell the difference, but we're not transmitting the entire thing. And throughout the ages, that's what winds up occurring, is that one set of people or one generation perhaps has the presence, and then in the next generation, that presence is lost, or for whatever reason or causes, the presence does not become transmitted. And it could be because there was a falling out between the parents and the children, or there was a rebellious nature, but this side just says no. Or maybe the position is, because I was an atheist at one point in my life, the mistake could be saying for certain there is no God. Someone asked when I was in the 5th grade, who dares not to believe in God? I was that guy, right? Because I couldn't see the cause for it. When I lived overseas on the east coast of the Arabian Peninsula, people would ask me, what are you? And they were being religion. I never really had an answer because I was never really raised in religion, right? So by the time I got back to the United States, I'd be like, why would you believe in God? What does that even mean? Or I'm going to say no to that question because I don't have a cause to. And that's what most atheists would say is the original position. And I think it's a valid position to hold. So it's not, we talked about, Iran brought up the idea of family values, what makes things work. In essence, it boils down to, because I think all the things that make humans in community work, at least this is one man's opinion, it's the presence of the divine through which and by which all things flow in the way that is the most optimum.
Wow. I hear ya.
Well, yes, you did say many things, quite complicated at that. But one thing I was wondering, before that, I'll ask Hua one question. Wayne Hua, tell me about are there many churches in China?
Few, very few.
Yeah,
but
I heard...
and it's they are restricted maybe because most we are believing Buddhism, I think. But I think it's not a problem because we don't very pay much attention on that. But in my view, I think religions are very important for self-improving.
Religions are very...
Even mental health, it's very, very benefit for mental health.
Yeah.
Religion. Yeah. Yes. So
actually,
in my view, you go to the church every weekend and show loves to each others. So your manners are maybe better than others. Your courtesies, your
Cordiality.
I can't
Behavior?
thoroughly due to my limitation, but I think
Polite.
it's very beneficial.
Politeness. Hmm.
Churches are important because apart from that, we have no other ways to enhance our spiritual levels. It's a good way to enhance our spiritual levels.
Does it increase trust?
More profound than that. More profound.
Good point. Yeah.
Yes. So don't think about all the Chinese are very rough or tough and neglect that of things.
No, I know that in China.
Because such maybe not accessible, not accessible, you know, not accessible.
Not accessible.
Less accessible.
Accessible?
Less.
Not allowed. Yeah, I get your point, right?
I
Allowed, it's
love
allowed.
that. If
It's not banned there.
Well, there are ideological issues too.
Well, anyway, I did study about China and Christianity, and yes, I do know that they allow it. It's not. I was just asking your personal understanding. That's all. And that's a good thing, anyways. I mean, that's interesting because.
so please give us time. I think maybe after 20 years, the situations are different because we are just passed over the old China, not recently. I think we, in our new generations, it's a different, I think. Because so many students living and studying abroad in the West countries, they will bring your ideologies back and the seed will blossom.
No, I'm not judging at all. I don't question about Chinese culture. I'm actually very interested in this.
We have several sister cities in China here in Orlando, Florida.
Sister cities?
Yeah, they're labeled when you go Lake Eola, there's a post with all of our sister cities from around the globe. At least 2 of them are in China. And a few weeks ago, when you went walking around Lake Eola Park, you'd done an all-nighter, so I don't know if you remember this. You had crossed over a bridge, and there was a stone that I think was actually brought from China with a plaque. And on the opposite end of the lake, we have the pagoda, which used to be open to the public, but which is now cordoned off, a Chinese pagoda. So when I was working it was just a department back then, and then it turned into a school, and then it turned into a whole college of nursing of the University of Central Florida, which is the 2nd largest university in the United States of America by population, by student size. we had a delegation of some of our faculty who went and visited China and for an international health conference that lasted, I think, a week in Beijing. So lots of ties, and the biggest argument, this is sort of like that period of time after the Black Plague in Europe, where labor was in demand, and therefore you had a wider cross-pollination of ideas because people would go to where the best opportunities were. Certainly, for a long time, people from all over the world had come to the United States to get an education and go back home and benefit from the name attached with what having that education will maybe get you. However, our educational systems, our institutions themselves have been greatly degraded. So I don't know that we'll necessarily recapture that or capture it to the degree of its former glory. We have certainly universities throughout the world, in Hyderabad, in Shenzhen. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your city incorrectly, please forgive me. But I think in a lot of ways, people are rehoming. Not only are they taking the ideas of other lands and the developments of other people, but oftentimes we go back and we rediscover the wisdom within our own traditions. And it's great that we can share all this, right? I mean, the internet has spawned this whole new world that we're all getting to experience and share. And without it, we wouldn't even be doing this morning.
Hua, what do you think about the Book of Change, the classic, the Yi Jing?
Yi Jing. It's a very ancestors by very old. I think maybe 1,000 years ago. Till now in China, we the common people really don't understand that. You know, maybe the scholars study them, but some ideas from them are practical and teach us how to manage the life. I think it's useful. But common people, I think maybe 70% above don't know at it all. It's a it's a real thing, a real situation. You know, even Chinese local don't understand that. Only I mean the scholars and scholars, but some quotes are very useful, and I think
our I know that there's been a bit of a resurgence, at least in Confucianism, and to perhaps a lesser degree, Lao Tzu, or I might not be pronouncing his name in the way that you're used to hearing him. And of course all their disciples, because they didn't, those philosophies or practices did not end with those two particular men. To what degree?
I think I joined the Stoic groups.
Okay. Yes.
So I think maybe in I can't say Chinese are not well than them, but I think Stoic are very useful and wider spread than ours. They say control the which you can control. It's very famous.
Right. Yeah. That would be. You're talking about the fellow who had to walk with a crutch. His name was Epictetus, and
Yes.
yeah.
Uh,
I don't know if you're familiar with that group or if you've met Stoic Dan yet, but he hosts here in our area in Central Florida probably some of the best moderated groups that are Zooms. He does it twice a week, Mondays. Well, for you, it'd be Tuesday morning and Saturday morning. Because he goes from 7, so it'd be like Tuesday morning 7 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and Saturday morning 7 a.m. Are you what time is it in your city, in your area? Is it
12 hours earlier. 12
Oh,
hours earlier.
In the future.
in the
So
future
it's-
from us?
So it's like 9:27 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so his group in your local time, in our time it's because for you this morning it's 7 a.m. It was Friday night 7 p.m. for us Friday.
It's no
So,
problem.
yeah.
If it's worthy, I can join anytime.
All right, great.
Yes.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that we had a wonderful time last night at the Orlando Stoics, and I do invite you to come check out some of our online Zooms at that group that I shared there in the chat.
Yes, but you know, just as food, the things I need to digest and recover to peace. I need digest what I learned. So don't be nervous. We can. It's a long term. It's a desire for our friendship, not
Right.
only a once.
Yes, good. It's yes, and you're always welcome here.
Thank you. I'm very glad to show my opinion, and I think it's if you showing opinion as the best way to enhance self levels. And yes.
It's go ahead.
And why do you practice some form of health modality from China, like say Tai Chi, Chuan, or martial arts of some kind?
I think I like the easy ways, just as your do you know chair yoga?
Yeah, there are groups to teach it here, yes.
I put in chat. Chair yoga.
You do yoga?
I like a stretch.
He's saying, Jairo, he's saying chair yoga.
I like stretch. It's an easy way.
The easy way.
Stretch can make your blood rotate, you know.
And do you go see a doctor in traditional Chinese medicine, like acupuncture?
Yes, it's have less side effects. Less side effects.
And what do you use it for example?
If I have some sore in my neck, or we have, you know, Chinese medicine. Do you know Chinese medicine? Chinese pills, they are natural, so have less side effects.
Yeah, it's a whole nother model. I wish we could adopt more of it. In fact, I'm going to go see a new doctor on the 27th, and she's a doctor of osteopathy, which borrows more from Chinese medicine, isn't just Western medicine.
But
Osteo-
in somehow Chinese medicine are not so time efficiency, you know, not time efficient, not recover you very quickly. It will recover you slowly, but with less side effects. Everything have both merits, you know. If you want to recover quickly, you can go to the West medicine. If you want to less side effects, go to some Chinese medicine.
And what about where? Oh, he's gone. Aran is gone. I was
Mysterious.
going to ask him about Ayurveda,
We'll have
Yes.
to wait till when he shows up
Indian
again.
medicine, Indian traditional medicine. It has some similarities. Maybe they use different herbs and minerals.
Well, technically speaking, all of our products, our pharmaceuticals, for the most part, have natural origins. It's just we concentrate them and then wrap them in a petroleum byproduct and upsell the heck out of it.
Mm. Mm.
You understand the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist? A psychiatrist will give you a pill. A psychologist approaches things from conversation, from a methodological standpoint, which allows the patient to go inward in an exploration of what's eating them and how to overcome that.
And what about cognitive behavioral therapy?
Orlando Stokes is actually doing a series on re-exploring cognitive behavioral therapy. So I do again recommend joining that group and listening in to that conversation. And then you don't even have to show up with having done the reading material, because Stoic Dan creates an outline, and then we all read the outline and we discuss the points there in the outline as a group.
Maybe the Iran in Aran ran away and he's left with Welcome, Is it pronounced or is it pronounced
For what?
And
Well,
is
the
this
person-
Iran? Is he back? Or is this a different person?
This is or
I'm
maybe
glad that
it's
you
ah.
went
or
with
maybe
the
it's
single
pronounced
letter.
wrong.
You
Or
know,
maybe it's pronounced a.
Well, it's actually beautiful because we don't know necessarily who this person using the symbol is. However, let me stop and give mention to the fact that vowels can be a very controversial thing. In Hebrew, you spell your words practically with no vowels whatsoever, with the exception of aleph, which is a sort of a kind of a vowel.
Mm.
But in Arabic, they take the opposite approach, in that they try to give you a symbol representing every form of pronunciation. That's
Wow.
and the reason co-developed the language, the written language co-developed with the idea of being able to recite the Quran specifically, and because people were concerned with
Wow.
being able to say it properly, that's why they went to the other end of the spectrum and decided to create a symbol representing 5 different ways just to pronounce that symbol, represented by our most recent guest, who maybe is the other person
So
who also promoted himself as another
by
name than Mito.
being able to read Arabic, you would be able to pronounce it more correctly, and it would be more static. It would stay the same for centuries, more likely,
Well, it's
the sound.
I actually learned English phonetically because I missed most of the first grade. Moving to Saudi Arabia, all the paperwork had to go through Riyadh, and it was all done manually. So it took a very long time. And has disappeared. But the reason why I mentioned that is because it enabled me to have to go to a special classroom during the 2nd grade. So I did the 1st grade work and the 2nd grade work both together in the 2nd grade. And in that little smaller classroom, because I could not pronounce my sounds correctly. For instance, my name is Rami. And some languages will roll the tongue off the tip of the tongue. I can't even do that. Some languages, like French, can roll it off the back of the tongue. But I couldn't even pronounce r. I would say wa, like the English do sometimes. Someone would ask my name, I'd go Wami, because I couldn't make the sound of the R sound. But anyway, yeah, Arabic has at its base 2 long vowels and 3 short vowels, and then there are these exceptions like the dagger aleph. So that in the end you wind up, there's a couple of A's, there's a couple of H's. It gets real interesting, and
Wow.
some of the sounds you have to make from right down here. Like you have to go live in the desert for a year so that your mouth and your nasal cavity and your throat dries out. So the only part of you that could actually possibly generate a sound would be right there, right at the interest of your voice boxes. So you're talking directly out of your voice box because everything else is all dried out. Definitely a desert language.
Wow. Amazing. Thank you for giving me a glimpse, a peek into what Arabic might be like. The whole system. Another one.
But don't think that it was that way immediately. That there was an evolution of hundreds of years. The short vowels weren't there initially. That was an invention to produce what they thought was how it would have been spoken back in the 7th century.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they revised the Quran to put those maybe accents to the vowels?
No, it was a science. It was an invented language, and they weren't done with the invention all at once. It actually took a period of time of people reflecting upon and deciding, especially with the inclusion of the short vowels, because they could have been assumed. It could have been, there's a word for it. In Hebrew, there's that creature that, or it's a word that means, unless you know how to pronounce the word, it's a way to distinguish whether you're an insider or an outsider. But you got to be able to say the words properly. And the only way to learn it is through orally hearing it, through the transmittal. Yeah. But the Arabs, because they were going across cultures and they knew that they would be lost, they went ahead and defined it explicitly with the invention of the short vowels. And I got to go for a little while.
Wow. Thank you, Wami.
Yeah. My point was, in short, because I wasn't here, didn't quite hear much, but I do know you're talking about Quran or stuff. But one thing is, what I'm trying to make here is that I've studied many religions, right? And I've come to this conclusion that ultimately they do say the same thing. And what's more interesting is that one of the things they mentioned is about this cycle of this cycle of perhaps describing human history, which is they say humanity was at its peak, and then eventually it will keep falling. And I think in the Buddhist and Hindu traditions, they call it the Kali Yuga, or the age of decay, where much truth is gone and lost. And in the Christian tradition, they call it the end times, which is more popularly known. The prophecies concerning it, when the world is much away from the truth and its intended purpose. In Quran, also similar thing. So it's quite interesting to me, because when people say that these scriptures are, especially the atheists say, they're just written by old men. One of the things is that I end up finding quite fascinating is how is it that they have such similarity, and specifically about the greater context. So first of all, the general message is the same, and also the most important things they mentioned is also the same, but as well about predictions and prophecies, it's quite similar. And as far as I know, the Buddhist and Hindu texts go way back in time, and they are synonymous to the Christian and the Quranic ones, all preaching that humanity reaches kind of highs and lows in terms of civilizations. So what's interesting to me is that studying these scriptures and understanding them gives me a broader view of things, and that which is quite important. It's for some people it's like reading philosophy. So similar to me, it's quite my ultimate point is that I think we should indeed study the religious scriptures, because that helps us form a worldview which probably we lack otherwise. And it's not wrong to say that unless we study things or understand them, how will we develop ourselves? So yeah, I think, and it's so interesting that when you study them, you find quite peace with that. I mean, I study science, I don't find so much peace, but yes, there are some things you study and there is much peace in them. So I guess there is this very interesting aspect that I think people should study a bit about what they say. And because if they are all true, let's say, you won't be lost. I mean, let's say they are true. You will have an understanding if times did become so bad. And if the prophecies were becoming true, you would be able to discern them, right? Let's say humanity was going down. And let's say this is a cosmic drama written by God, kind of a lesson for men. Still, you would be able to discern it because you know it compared to not knowing it. So I think people should study religious scriptures, because especially relating to prophecies, because they reveal quite interesting aspects we don't quite touch. It's a very holistic approach about man.
So, Joel, have you ever encountered another religion or a scholar of another religion, and you compare notes and found similarities between your concept of your religion or the highest thoughts in your religion or where you came from?
Well, first of all, I don't know enough about what you're calling my religion, but if you're talking about the religious cultural ethos that I was born into, I was injected with a dye at an early age, that seldom leaves you. You may vary it, you may dilute it, but parts of it will always be inculcated in your being. And I haven't really studied that of my own being enough to compare it sensibly with the experience of others. I can't even play Vinci consistently and win. So how could I ever dare? And then what are you calling scriptures?
Mm.
What is scripture? Is it the first translation from an original language, or the 86th translation validated by the English king or the Spanish queen? Or is it something that came 5,000 years ago or 5,200 years ago?
Mm.
So all we're really saying is things change over time, and
Mm.
everything else is commentary, in my opinion.
So you're not a scholar of the religion that you were brought up, or that your family came with. It wasn't made a focus so much, but a lot of the traditions influenced your outlook in life, maybe.
Yeah, well, the environment that you're in will always affect the, your outlook in life. You can't avoid it. There are forest fires in Canada. If I go outside and breathe the air, I might start coughing because there are particulate matter in the air. That's the reality.
Mm.
If I become born again, I may develop a strong interest in Christian theology, and that's something to be determined in the future. My desires don't take me in that direction now. I'm focusing on Falun Gong, but I can't do that in China.
Wow. Falun Gong is kind of, what is it? Is it kind of like Qigong, but with a lot of Buddhism in it? But it's just like a sect, isn't it?
I really don't know. I'd be speculating because I don't know enough about most things. I don't even know how to put my 9 pieces on the Vinci board in order to win. So I'm starting with simple things first, and then if I can accomplish those, maybe I will move to larger things. But if
No.
religion
Well,
can help me,
I don't quite insist on reading everything because scriptures are too big for anyone. I've not read them myself quite much, but I try to make meaning. I try, whatever subject I study, I try to understand what in total it says and the meaning concerning it. It's not about the words, it's about the meaning hiding behind it. And then we talk about practicality. It's true. A lot of the reasons why people's interest did wane in modern times from spiritual and religious lifestyles, that because they did not see much around them and it was not practically happening around them. But when you seek, you do find. And I did seek, and I found this. It's like there's this universal law or something. What you will seek, you can find. I mean, unless and until you don't seek something, you may not find it. This is very interesting to me because when I was seeking things, I was trying to know things in detail, and what was most important, I was trying to know. And I found out that this sort of information, when I, was seeking, I found it. But in general, it's not like if you don't seek, you will find it, right? I mean, there is some sort of game going on with intent. Anyways, that's a bit complicated. But what you seek, you shall have. And to have something, you must seek. This is kind of a principle. And I sought and I found quite interesting spiritual insights. I wanted to understand, what is it that is most important to man? What perspective should man have? What is it? The world is quite complex. How should man look? And I did come around this then spiritual world, and the spiritual understanding was also open. And how people live truly spiritual life. What does it mean to have peace and calm? In practice, when I felt it, I experienced that peace and calm by sitting and simply letting go of complex things of the world. And that was quite interesting. It's a process of seeking. and practicing. Unless until you taste something in this world, you experience something, you probably will not completely understand it. That was
So-
very interesting to me.
What?
And just to end one thing was that, you know, I did read about the lives of saints, and that was always a very interesting, inspiring thing to me. How
Mm.
motivated people are for God. So yeah, it's just, you know, very interesting things, very interesting times, or we live in, I guess, because I've seen many people all of a sudden become kind of conscious about spirituality. Many people are searching, you know, some spiritual meaning. And these observations and myself, my own experience, makes me think of a greater reality. And that's why I insist that people should study these things sometimes, because it's spiritually probably connecting someone. Probably you'll end up having an experience which is pretty good. Probably resonate with.
What is it in the seemingly different religions that you have, like looking at each one, maybe trying to find the essence, you find that they're saying the same thing? How did that come about? Was it because they are dealing with human psychology, so they're kind of supplying what is demanded, so the solution should be the same for every one of them? Or is it because there was some trade, like the Silk Route, and there was like conquest of the Greeks into India, and then there was this movement of Buddhism into China, and then there's this and that, and maybe there's maybe Jesus got some influence from India and injected it into the Middle East or something like that. So maybe is it because there was like trade of not just material goods, but trade of concepts across the world that makes all the religions have something essential that is common to them?
Well,
How
it's
did-
interesting, in short, in very short, that what's interesting is that independently these religions have had much to share. And what I've understood is, despite of having independent roots, like Hinduism has much different roots, and Buddhism has much different roots than Christianity, and both aren't linked. They don't have the same source. It's not someone who's reading the Buddhist book and writing Christian book. So what's interesting is that all of them independently try to lead to God. So, you know, if you are a designer of the universe, you need to provide the people with some directions. You need to provide them with a guidebook as to guide people, the handbook of universe. And we find that perhaps in the forms of religion, ultimately, people were given some guidance in the form of traditions, in the form of, most time people don't discuss about these things, as Wayne Yuan said, because we are in different times, because people are not so religious today, and they're more intellectual, perhaps, and perhaps more lazy also in the sense, because they do what they want, but also confused about what the world is. Yeah. And but in general, I think, what is the guidebook? What is the handbook we have? What is the direction a man has? If I am a designer of the world, I should provide him with some guidance in this world. And I do find two forms of guidance. One is within. When you seek within, you find answers. And one is also by means of these important spiritual and insights. So yeah, my point is just that these are have had quite good impact on my life. And it's an experience, and after you have an experience, then there is the difference. I mean, I personally follow Jesus. I used to be more Eastern in religion, but things happen. When you seek something, I think God rewards you. And probably it's that you seek something, you seek wealth, you will have wealth. You seek knowledge, you will have knowledge. It's about your intent and desire. You seek truth, you will have it. So I guess it's about that. I kind of got what I wanted, and I'm quite peaceful with it.
Wow. Excellent. Mm. Oof. Oh, fascinating. Could there be some kind of telepathy, worldwide telepathy that crosses great distances, that brings about enlightenment to people like in across the mountains into India, uh, people like the Buddha and the Jain masters and all these masters on the Indian side, and then the Chinese side, Lao Tse and Confucius. They're so seem so far apart that they were interconnected spiritually or telepathically, that they got enlightened more or less at the same period. Maybe the conditions were ready for both sides.
It's sort of like the question I've had for a very long time, which is, where do ideas come from?
Mm. Mm. Maybe the conditions have to be right, just right. Maybe they're seeds. We have the seeds, and then the conditions have to be just right, and then they sprout. Hmm.
Who is the planter?
Hmm. And who planted all these seeds? And how can we identify these seeds and have them blown in the wind? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. So if we can find the answers and let them go forth into the wind, then they will land somewhere in a crevice far away, and at the right time they will sprout.
What makes a difference with regard to whether or not the seed will take root and grow?
Hmm. What makes it that the conditions be just right? Hmm. Politics, free trade, the free market. If it wasn't for the Silk Road, then these ideas wouldn't have gone back and forth. Wow, what about silk? Silk making itself, the Chinese try to keep it secret, and then when they figured out how, it went to other lands, and the Chinese were pretty pissed off, I bet. Trade secrets.
That's okay. All of our trade secrets went to China a long time already. At some point, you reach an equilibrium and you just accept things as they are.
And by releasing secrets, maybe they'll create innovations that the original inventor never would have thought of. Maybe the Chinese didn't invent those coming together of chemicals to go pow. Maybe they invented it for celebration. Maybe they didn't think of it for gunpowder. Yeah, the Chinese invented that bang bang firecrackers and paper and printing and what else? Oh, all kinds of things. Oh, we have A. A is back. Ah is back. Ah. Ah. That's the inherent vowel in all consonants. The inherent ah. Emptiness. Isn't how's it pronounced? Ah. And then I guess in Devangari scripts, they put, and in Tibetan scripts, they put little marks on the consonants here or there, and that changes the ah into e or u or a or o, the other vowels. If they don't have those marks, then it's just plain ah. If it has a mark, then it's one of those others. Hmm. And Rami.
Shibboleth was the word, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, because whether or not you're pronouncing the word correctly, by the way, and distinguish to an insider whether you're an insider or an outsider. Shibboleth.
You can always catch the rest if you like via youtube.com at wake up and think clearly /streams. Oh, thanks. Let's see.
If he clicks on that, then we're going to have like a however many seconds delay. Anyway, it's after 10 p.m. in on the east coast of China, or actually the entire of China, because I think your entire nation operates on a single.
Well, sorry to interrupt. Just one thing, both to you, Jaro and Rami. Is there not some way to kind of provide what you call this, to provide or share documents here, like someplace probably you have mail, so we can kind of look into documents we have and kind of exchange information we share.
All right, we have a few different channels. We have two meetup groups that this event is advertised through, and also a Facebook group. And Haro, do you have any other places that you also share this place through, other than through personal messaging?
Hey, maybe we could share our phone numbers and associate them with WhatsApp. We have a WhatsApp group. Or, in China, maybe they use another one.
WeChat.
WeChat, yeah. That's kind of like WhatsApp.
We can, yeah, I was just asking for probably if you have anything like Telegram or anything, but I probably was asking for mail, mail like thing, or, I can probably, if I can kind of get something interesting, probably share it to other curious souls. Could be any form of information, political, philosophical, spiritual, probably something, maybe someone's interested in me.
Maybe,
yeah.
My email, maybe I could share my email.
Well, I think Ram brought up a very good point in that we can we could set up a Telegram group chat. That's probably going to be the most universal international means by which to share this stuff, because not everyone wants to be on Facebook.
Like by sharing, let's see if I can go to Telegram and get what I call myself. Let's see, where in my Telegram?
Well, that may be your individual group. You may have to form a new group that's just Wake Up and Think Clearly, because you can have individuals and you can have groups within Telegram.
But for now, I am satisfied with the Gmails, and thank you, Jero. If Rami, if you're interested, you can also give me your mail.
Sure, it's I'll do that right now. I was going to try to send the meetup groups for Meetup. I don't know if Meetup is popular, I imagine it's fairly popular in Hyderabad because you've got a tech community there. Hiro, what is it called? Americana Buddhism?
Oh,
What's the meetup
Maybe.
address?
maybe I should
Hey,
show you.
Rami, I'll ask you on Meetup. I think we can, I have your contact on Meetup, so we can probably
Yes.
check.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and Aaron, what is it that you do? Oh, oh, what happened? Oh, Aaron.
1 minute.
What is it that you do in Hyderabad? Maybe he's into cloud computing.
Hiro brings that up because he's paying rent on Cloud Architects and Engineers Orlando, and we're always looking for people to come and speak to this group, but it's a technical group. Yeah, I'll open it for you.
Maybe we can invite. Hmm. Hmm.
Anyway,
Can-
that's a bit of cross-pollination.
Cloud computing? Cloud.
Well, I mean, you asked earlier, is there a way for there to be like a psychic way to communicate? And obviously we're doing that in a technological way right now across the continent. I'll be right back. I have to go to my wife.
You know, Rami, one thing I noticed when you mentioned about telepathy or these things, you know, if you go and talk to scientists, they will call, hey, you know, this is the pseudoscience and whatever. On the contrary, this very concept is in place in modern science and in sophisticated advanced science, where, you know, we are using chips and AI technology to telecommunicate. And we have, you know, what's interesting is that this concept is very ancient, which we call telepathy and other psychic phenomena, and they're related to spiritual phenomena as well. But these abilities are now being demonstrated kind of to be effective. I mean, we have brain waves, so we can read each other in a manner. So kind of, you can say magic is in a way advanced science, perhaps, what we perceive to be magic and all these things, pyrokinesis and, you know, many, many things.
One thing at a time.
So, like, for example, telepathy or clairvoyance or whatever, what
Yeah.
we've created with our technology of
Now, Jero, I'll share you some books on this topic. You know, there's a good scientist named Mr. Dean Radin, and he's done very good research and has even published, and he has actually shown information that the military organizations work on these technologies.
wow.
Because this is new advanced, what we conceived to be, you know, magical is now becoming true using advanced sciences. And there's nothing new under the sun. The human imagination always captivates before something comes into being. So probably what the ancients had or what they said is very interesting, how people in the past, you know, perceive these ideas, because it is becoming true, a reality, you know. And I'll share a good book with you. And he mentions how science is the magic, what we consider, the typical things we consider in our childhood, is becoming quite reality. And what it means in the big term, right? There was an experiment also done by Mr. Rupert Sheldrake, where the pets, cats and dogs, they could predict their owner coming home before they even came home, and they were several miles away. So, you know, this is an example of telepathy, or the ability to kind of sense this intuition and awareness. So there's much more to it. I probably you'll like on this topic, and I'll share with you.
Yay.
So, for
Where's the cheetah?
example,
He's out back.
I want to talk to his cheetah.
so I would imagine that telepathy, we naturally had it developed
Oh, and by the way, Hubs,
so that we could receive and transmit
would you like to take a guess about how long my hip has been
our
out?
loved ones.
6 weeks.
When
but-
was we need to brush?
We lost that ability,
March?
and now we
Was it in
depend on
April?
artificial telepathy,
It was March.
which
My hip has
is
been out
like
for about 2 weeks after that.
My response is
telephone
the picture's
or
been out for too
emailing
long
or
and we
using
need to
the
get over.
the cellular phone,
Well, at least to put you on Mako,
text messages.
which is a lot more cheap.
That's the artificial telepathy.
energy.
But
Yes, I will take you to Bush, but let's not
I need to scream.
fail. We can go to SeaWorld one day and Bush the next.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Mm,
Like today.
clairvoyance, clairvidence, clair,
What's he?
clairaudience.
Give him those then.
Well, Wayne, you
Don't worry about this. I will take care of this.
fiction
You go eat
movies.
your breakfast. You go eat your breakfast while it's hot.
Give that to him. I'll wait.
Mm.
More than
So-
he can handle.
Okay.
I'll wait. When are you eating first? I'll wait.
There's
Yeah, Wayne. Yeah,
He
I think
always
it's
eats first.
time, quite time.
Give these to him.
If you wish.
I will wait. 'Cause
maybe I should
No.
mute.
never
So,
eat meat
Gerald,
first.
be waiting. I will send you some good
As you
information.
wish.
Always goes
I
first.
have to go now.
As you wish.
Right? Have a good day.
I'm not
Bye,
like
everyone.
men.
Oh, I muted Rami. Oh, thank you. Ah. Oh, what happened? Did everybody leave? No, they're still there. Oh, let me unmute Rami if he needs to talk. Or do I have to unmute him? Let's see. How do I? Oh. Oh, what did I do? Let's see. Oh, let's see what left in the chat. No? Oh, maybe he'll. Oh, Americana Buddhism. Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Is it spelled wrong? Let's see. Oh, I think it's spelled wrong. Oh well. Oh, here I am. It's So, what did we learn today? How did the meeting go? Well, we considered the topic of our wants. Was it like what happens if we were to somehow meet all our wants, or maybe not meet them, maybe reduce them, maybe, or a little bit of both? What would happen if we don't have so many wants, maybe? Or wants that really bother us, that keep us obsessed, that distract us, maybe, or wants that cannot be satisfied. What happens then? Oh, is Rami able to unmute? Yes.
Here I am.
That's good. So what have you learned, Peter? Oh, he's still away. Oh, well. So what did we learn today? Oh, what could we continue to learn? So maybe what is most urgently needed is a introduction to religions. Hmm.
Already ahead of you, my friend.
Or a integration of religions with secular functioning.
Perchance. The school of life is already ahead of you there, way ahead of you by years. Sunday assemblies.
No, no, dear. This document is burnt.
A how to bring back the flock. Hmm. Oh, they'll be back. I haven't slept all night. So how do I feel? I feel kind of I don't know. How do I feel? Well, how how to feel? I maybe I've anesthetized myself from feeling. Like when I feel pain in my stomach, I ignore it. Or maybe I kind of squeeze it out of the way. That's probably constipation. But how can I feel my body when there's no pain or no pleasure? But if it's neutral, then how do I go deep into feeling my body when there's nothing interesting in my body going on? That's something I'm not very good at. I feel like I'm ignoring my body, like I'm a robot. I only pay attention to my body when there's something somewhat pleasurable or joyful or relaxing, or when there's something painful, annoying, some itch, and I adjust some ache and pain, then I feel that I have a body. But other than that, I'm not listening to my body enough. Or maybe I'm so used to my body that I take it for granted. If I stretch, then I can feel the stretched ligaments, tendons get pulled and feel some stretching pain, not too much, but just enough to know, oh yes, that's getting stretched. This area is getting stretched. Okay, yes, I'm feeling this area getting stretched and this area getting crunched. Then I go like this and I feel, oh, I hear something's going on, some cracking. Maybe I can feel the flow of blood and other liquids and the flow of, what is that that's flowing underneath the skin? I just feel like I don't know my body well. Just lack education. And I feel it is causing me grave dangers in the near future. And I didn't sleep all night. I was working or messing around in the office. I think I left the office around after midnight, let's say 1 or 2. And I went to Wawa and kind of sat in the car off and on and finally went inside. So I think I ate at Wawa around 3 or 4. Then around 5 or 6, I filled the gas with a little bit of, filled the tank, the car with a little bit of gas. Maybe just 3 gallons or so. It'll last me 2 or 3 days only. But I'd like to explore my body more. Maybe by exploring my body, I would understand what causes my wants, my desires. I think most of them come from my body. But then, are there wants or desires that come from the mind? Perhaps the want or desire to love someone, to take care of them, maybe that comes from the mind or the heart mind. The connection, strong heart to heart connection, that comes more from the mind than the body. So I wonder if there's a way to increase it, to open the heart to that. Open the heart to allowing love, connection to flourish. Are you hearing this, listening to this, Peter? You're still away. And it's 10:24. Maybe we'll go on till 11. I should do this until 11 every Saturday morning. That way I can say it's from 7 to 11. 7-11. Just catchy. Yeah, sometimes I would end this around 10, sometimes at 9. Sometimes I'd stay until 11. A few times I went to 12, 1, and so on. I guess on the average it was around 10, 7 to 10. That's 3 hours. Sometimes they would go 4 hours. Maybe the average is more like 3.5 hours. So what would I like to learn? Just sitting here breathing. Just Watching the breath. It's amazing. Mm. 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 I'm closing a lot of windows on my phone. I feel like no, no. I feel like oh, oh, it's constipation. I think. Let's see. Would this help me if I drink this? This is like iced tea with lemonade flavor. This that I got at Wawa. Mm. Mm. See about fixing this computer. It's not that it's broken. It's just that it's just that it's got Windows Home. I like to put it on Windows Pro, Windows 10 Home. I mean, it was. I reinstalled the software, but it had Windows 10 Home. And so when I reinstalled Windows, I chose Windows 10 Pro. And so now it says it's not gonna activate as Windows 10 Pro. You're gonna have to downgrade it to Windows 10 Home. So if you have to buy Windows 10 Pro, so I think I'm gonna do oh, oh boy. That's really for now. So maybe I'll just reinstall Windows. Oh, but I found a website that says how to downgrade it back to Windows 10 Home. And then later I can decide to buy Windows 10 Pro. Or maybe I can buy Windows 10 Pro now and activate it. That might be quicker. Let's see. I'll try this. Let me put it. So, make a notification. And just yeah. Feel bad. don't feel physically too bad. Mm. Sad. Oh, this means that it might be. Oh yeah, there it is. It's a, it's not, it's not a, it's an old technology. Oh man. Oh, I can't, I guess that's, maybe I'll feel better if I take a nap. This one. Mm. Rami, welcome back to Wake Up and Think Holistically. Yeah. I can't think holistically. I maybe I can think about becoming holistic. I don't know. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see, what's the password? Let's try this one. Oh, yeah, that was the password. Yeah. Oh, and I got Wi-Fi. Let's see. I wonder where that, like, okay, WhatsApp. On this one. Oh no, this one's dead. So I have to charge. Oh. Oh, device is ready. Activate with Windows. Oh, so I'm going to navigate Where can we find that link? Maybe it's in my simple note. I use simplenotes.com to keep track of notes. So I'll go to simple note. Oh, wait. I go to simple note. Simple. I go to simplenote.com.
I didn't wear it with purpose.
It is, the Wi-Fi in the house is pretty fast, but the wireless adapter is pretty slow. So wireless G.
I was just talking about these.
I go to speed test that. See, it's going around and around and around. Welcome, Rami.
Thank you, Hiram.
Wake up and think holistically.
Came back. Ah.
I decided to attempt to get back online here. My wife shut the screen earlier because it is her way.
No, we will make it disappear again.
Oh, please don't. Give me 2 more minutes with Hyro, and then we
One,
can
two.
wrap it up.
There you go.
I said minutes, not seconds.
Bye.
Oh, hold on.
Bye.
Don't shut the lid just yet.
Bye.
Count to 120 silently within your head, and then you can shut the lid. Please,
No.
please don't shut the lid yet.
I'm done with the morons
You are done.
today.
You are done, but I want to be more space on too.
No. No. I can just go shut off the internet and piss off the whole house.
You could do that, or you can just grant me the 2 minutes that I
No.
requested.
No,
You are not the master of time.
I will be when I'm done. So do you want me to piss off the whole house or you want to say goodbye?
I want to say
Bye.
I look forward to watching all of your other explorations and the parts that I missed in between in archive later on this week, and I look forward to conversing or listening to Peter whenever it is he might speak. And we wish you a good week and a better tomorrow.
See ya.
Thank you for waking up and thinking clearly with us. Waker-uppers. Waker-uppers. Oh man. Yeah. I mean, wife. So, the adapter. Let's try for myself. Let's try it. Wait a second time. Connecting. Looks like 6K again. Kilobits per second. Back in the day with You've Got Mail. Dial-up. Yep, that's dial-up. That's because I'm using an adapter that is very poor. Let's see what's the adapter. It's a Netgear WG 111 54 megabits per second. 54 megabits per second. Look how slow it is. Can't be because after the sheet shows something. It's connected to kissing. I don't know why it's so slow. Let's go to another click. Let's try this one. Connect. Oh, and this doesn't get 5G. Oh, it gets 2G. That 5G is not the cell phone 5G. It's more like 5 gigahertz signal. See, this Windows is not active. Let's see. Oh, it's a little bit better now. Might be able to do some browsing. It's adequate. So this 2G extension didn't do so well as the 2G is doing now. But I'm not used to it being this slow. I'm used to 100 up and 100 down at the office. It's nice. Let's try it again. Can you see it? See it? It's trying to get to 7 megabits per second. 8. And then upload is getting close to 6 megabits per second. I guess that's as good as gonna be. As good as it's gonna get. And so I can log in. Is it this one that I want to log into? Let's see if I can find it in this. Because I may have left a note on how to buy Windows 10. In Windows 10. No. Okay. Let's. What if I put? Oh, wow, close path. What if I put? What if I? Oh, okay. I want to log out. I want to log in another way. Let's see this way. See if you go in. Okay. Let's see, I'm gonna type in Windows 10. See if I can find the link to get Windows 10. Windows 10. Windows 10 Pro activation, maybe. Is it this one? Oh, I know. What if I can? Uh, hmm. Oh, had to get for free. Oh no, I've already done that. Hmm. 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 Ah, ah. I don't think I have it. But I think I know where it might be. I think it might be in my WhatsApp. Let's see if I can find it in WhatsApp. Let's see. WhatsApp. I go into WhatsApp and enter Windows 10 Pro. Oh man. Hmm. No. Oh, I put Windows 20 Pro. Let's see if I can find it. Jason Percy. This is, no, I don't think I have it. Hmm. 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 Okay, so maybe it's in my email. Let's try the same search, but in my email. So I type in Windows 10 Pro. Mm, mm. Searching all my email. Windows 10 Pro. Hmm. Man, I can't find it. Hmm. Hmm. That's spinning and spinning. It's taking too long. Oh no. Puzzle. Let's see if I can find it. Hmm. Nope, I don't think so. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see what this email has. Se puede ver. I can't find it. So I'm going to look for it online. I'm doing a Bing search. Oh, this new Bing has a AI in it, built in, doesn't it? Or do I have to add it as like an add-on? Oh, maybe it's on my phone only. Oh. Oh my gosh, what happened? I got 14%. Okay. I'm trying to show my pretty face. Oh, I can't do this. Let's see. Oh, there I am. Okay. So I'm gonna look. Oh. Okay. Welcome to the new Bing. Your AI powered blah 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 blah. Anything. I'll just throw it in. Where can I buy discounted Windows 10 Pro? Searching for discounted Windows 10 Pro. Because sure, I can help you find some options for buying Windows. SSD 209. Well, that's not very discounted. 69 on eBay. No, I seen it for $25. We are under $20. Check. 10 Pro, $99. And I've seen it for $25. Maybe they've well, maybe they have the upgrade for. Maybe they don't have the upgrade. Let's see, Windows upgrade. Like from 10 to 10 Pro, it shouldn't be at $99. Yeah. See, upgrade. Just put the word upgrade. Path. More. Let's see, I'll just type it in up here. Windows up to Pro discounted. Oh look, here it is. think I found one. It's like $22. This will take Windows 11 to yeah, Microsoft Windows 10 Pro, Microsoft Key Global. Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe. I don't know. So, oh, shit. Hmm. Uh, oh, what? Oh. Hmm. Let's see. So like I found this. Yeah, I can't figure out what the price is. It seems like it would be one of these two, but hmm. Oh, hmm. Very good. Hmm.
She doesn't know I'm here. So
Wait a minute. What if she's psychic and she's telepathically receiving, sensing that you're here?
explanation, she opens the door. Another potential explanation is that she's got very ultra good hearing. In fact, she was to the doctor earlier this week and she had her ears professionally cleaned out. And not only that, the door to our bedroom just shut, which is where I'm currently sitting.
Oh,
And she might not like that. She may come just to open it back up again to make sure I'm not back in this call.
oh.
Yes.
So, welcome to wake up and think. Think whisperly.
You know, Hiro, what did you learn today?
Oh, I learned that I cannot get satisfaction. That my wants are in the way. So how to get rid of my wants? Oh,
That's a very
my wants. How to deal with my wants? Oh,
sounds.
how many wants are there?
You always take the advice of the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones who said I don't always get what I want, but if I try real hard, I might just find that I get what I need.
Oh, so maybe by trying real hard, maybe I won't get my wants, but I'll get my needs met.
And it's almost a principle within a religious sense that God always provides your needs. So here's another bit of nugget of wisdom. You don't even have to try that hard because really, you see the birds whirring. You see the grass struggling.
Oh,
Yeah, everything that they need is already given to them. All they gotta do is accept it.
oh. And If there's a drought, you'll just fly to another place.
You-
But the whisper.
If all
Oh,
the polar ice caps melt, I watched this on C-SPAN once. Some politician was grilling some person from the United States military, and he asked, "What if the ice caps melt?" And his response was, "Well, it's a big country, sir, and we've got a lot of various elevations." And then someone asked, or maybe the question was, "What about global warming? Don't you worry about that?" And the guy kind of looked at him, and you could almost see it in his mind. He was thinking, Alaska.
we could go to Alaska. We could go sunbathing in Alaska.
Absolutely. Yes, it's already during summertime. It reaches 80 degrees in the occupied areas of Alaska during the summer, during the day. In Alaska, summer is like a Florida winter.
In Great Britain, they're growing
Wine.
grapes
Yes.
to make wine
Yes.
for the first time.
And everything is moving so slowly, it seems that all we need, all the people of the world need, is the ability to move either north or south, and we'll still be okay. Mostly, there'll be exceptions to that, because there's always upheaval, there's always some chaos. But if we're smart about it, we can reduce to the point of, I'm not going to imagine that we can eliminate it totally, but we can reduce the suffering of the world merely by enabling people in those countries most at risk, such as the people living in Bangladesh. People living in Bangladesh can move further north, either into China or past it to Mongolia or into Siberia. There's lots of open land in Siberia, and there's lots of other places in the world that people can go to and still live relatively comfortable lives. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get there politically and economically, financially.
What if we reforest the Sahara Desert?
It's already happening. The sand heel has been growing back. Oh, it's my wife. I gotta go.
Where can I find? Oh, I don't have to whisper. I can't find the price for this one. I saw it advertised before clicking to the website that it says $21. I'll show you. Let's see. I can't find it. Is it over here? No. Go forward. No. Okay. Here's the search. Windows 10 upgrade to Pro. Oh, man. What is that? It's full. Maximum. Okay, see, it says Windows 10 Pro Microsoft Key Global. So I click on it. I could try this one. Or that one. So it goes to the website where it should be advertised for $21. Okay, there it is, $21. So, what's this? The seller you're buying from take part in G2A Plus, which means you can buy their products even cheaper. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, but maybe there's a catch. Hmm. Let's try this one. Okay. We found 4 coupons and up to cashback. Hmm. Let's see if I click on this, what happens? Processing. Let's see if I get a coupon to reduce the price a few dollars. Oh, yes, it did. It reduced it $19 so it reduced it by $2.12. Okay, can I cancel? The seller has activated discount. All right. Okay, continue to payment. Apply this discount of 10%, I guess. Is that the discount? Or was it this one? What if I did this one? Let's see what happens. Maybe I can't do that one. Oh, maybe I have to enter my email. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, I'll use PayPal. I think that's my. Oh, I don't know what the password is for my PayPal. Let's see. I can remember. Let's see. I don't know if that's it. Oops. Let me put this in here. Because, okay. I can keep it straight. Behind it. Oh. There we go. Okay. So, what was I going to look for? Oh, I was going to look for PayPal for my password for PayPal. Oops. So oh, it's PP. Yeah, I had it right. Where is it now? No, that's not where I'm. Is it right here? Now I don't know where I was. Games. Where is? I think around here. What? It can't be right. Oh no, this is not it. And 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 this is not it. There it is. That's it. Semi. Ah, okay. Okay, so check your inbox for an email from us. I can use my phone, I guess. It's always you. Let's see. Right? I think it's there. Mm. 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 I'm checking my email. Has finished creating your account. Maybe it's that one. Oh yes. It must be that one. Let's see. Create account. Okay, now I have to, let's see, your identification. Oh shit, your identification verification link expired. Get email once again. Man, let's see. Okay. Finish creating your account. Create account. Email confirmed. Click here if you're not. You'll be redirected to the home page in 2 seconds. Oh, so I'm gonna go on PayPal again. I guess. Board. Let's see. Okay. Oh, what happened? Oh, where's my? Oh, there I am. Okay, enter the code from your email. So I have to go check my email for a code. Yeah, let's see. In the inbox. Let's see. Email verification. Okay, there it is. It's 062316. And it worked. So sign into PayPal. I gotta get charged. Yes, to sign it. G2A is the same as password. Okay. Save. Okay, so No, that one's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to add another. Wait. Okay, so I got a list of credit and debit cards to choose from. I need to add another debit card. Well, maybe I'll have to just use this one. Agree and continue. Now, if I have enough money, it's working. I'm gonna get charged $19 and also $2. $2 is for charging that stuff. I guess that's $2 a year, right? Processing order. Oh, maybe I should check my balance in my bank to see that it's covered. Let's see. I got $60. So I'll be left with about $19. No, 39, $38. Oh, it's already being charged. Oh, they subtracted it and then they added it back. They'll charge me again. This is weird. I got my checking account purchased PayPal of $19.10. Then I got positive $19.10. Or it's struggling. It's processing. Oh, maybe I have to tell the bank that I have to check my messages. Turn on this phone. I think I get a text message. This phone's dead. I'm turning it on. This is the one I use most. It's at 10% and this is at 56%. That's good. Plug it into this one. So I'm going on. So let's see if I got a text message saying that. I guess maybe it's a text message saying approve of this charge. still processing. Check my email. What email should I check? Let's try Gmail. We got 3 or 4 different emails. So I'm gonna check. Okay, got a message from G2A Plus. Let's look at the club. It's just to check out discounts and other stuff. Your recent Amazon order, your expectations. I'll go back to the inbox. Let's try both boxes. Oh, maybe I should check AOL also. I should check my AOL. Get messages from friends next. I requested friendship chat. No friend, but I'm pretty sure they're like catfishers. Catfish. Catfish. Let's see. What happened? Oh my. Oh, there's my. So I'm gonna check my AOL. So you have authorized the payment. Yeah. Transaction. So $2.35 in euros. You have authorized the payment of $19.02. Sure. Okay. That's still processed. So my phone is about to shut down. Is it 6%? It's okay. I'm trying to buy Windows 10 Pro. It's only $19. That's not an upgrade this time. I think it's just the key. Let us now complete it for you. It may take a bit longer for pre-orders and not instant delivery products. Okay, and how's the internet? Okay, it's good. Okay, so maybe this is normal. Maybe it takes a while. Oh man. Oh, something happened. Oh, Iris. What's the threat? Maybe that's what's keeping it from. Not to mix. Oh, it's asking me to turn Current threats. There's no threats. Okay, so it's still processing the orders, so it takes a while. I wonder why it's taking. And then I looked at my bank account, and it hasn't processed there yet. It we kind of said it did, and then it returned it. Maybe it's shoot that euros. It's got. It's trying to figure out how much is the €2 and so many cents, euro cents. Gotta convert that into dollars. Maybe that's $3. And it's still processing the order. So that's what I get for trying to save extra money. So I can save a little over €2. Let's say, and they went through in PayPal. In PayPal, it says that they went through, but it didn't convert it to dollars. And then in my bank, it's showing pending a charge of $19.10. That's how much the after a dollar. Oh, look, something happened. Darn. Oh, not updating. I'm using Microsoft Edge. Let's see. Let's close these other windows. Give it more memory, I guess. That helps. Let's see. What about antivirus? Oh, there's nothing dangerous. There's the Wi-Fi. Your order details. Order number. Let's see. Yeah, let me check. Let me check PayPal. Or let me check my bank. Or maybe I should log out. I'm gonna sign off and then sign back in. Maybe that'll help. Biometric sign in. No, it still looks the same. It should go, my balance should go from 60 something to 39 something. Or close to 40 something dollars. It's still got a PayPal ending. Now maybe I have to authorize it. Maybe I should call my bank. Transact. Mm. 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 Oh, okay. So this is this is a good time to uh, close the meeting. So I learned that I needed to shut down to replace my debit card. I was being charged by some website or something that maybe I subscribed, and I got to cancel, and they charged extremely high charge. Mm. And so, oh boy, I still gotta process the Windows 10 Pro again. I'm going to manually enter a debit card, and that should do it. Okay, thank you for watching. May this have served a purpose. Have a good day. Bye.